I'm Dr. Zakir Naik and I drink camel's urine. Can you please drink some camel urine? Since several centuries ago, Muslims love to drink camel's urine. Muslims love to drink camel's urine. Muslims love to drink camel's urine. What's the explanation? Hadith in Sahih Bukhari, volume 7, number 5686. What's the explanation? Quran. Alhamdulillah, highest in the glorious Quran, and I am disappointed that Muslims, they put science and logic higher than the Quran. Muslims, they put science and logic higher than the Quran. I am Dr. Zakir Naik and I drink camel's urine. Please drink some camel urine. One of my fans said, Dr. Zakir, I was a great fan of yours, but now I read that you believe in hadith. Prophet said, Alhamdulillah, how could you believe? Prophet said, Alhamdulillah, such illogical things. Did the Prophet, peace be upon him, order Muslims to drink camel's urine? If yes, I'm no longer a fan. If yes, I'm no longer a fan. I've given the answer to what the beloved Prophet ﷺ said. Drink the urine of the camel. The Quran is cancer. The Quran is cancer. The first question is, for us Muslims, it's difficult to understand science and logic. Please drink some camel urine. Can you please drink some camel urine? Quran. Alhamdulillah, highest in the glorious Quran. Love to drink camel's urine. Since several centuries ago, Muslims love to drink camel's urine. And if the hadith is authentic and sahih, as a Muslim, we believe in it. Amanna Saddaqna.
Hello, everybody. I was not planning on doing anything more of live on this channel. Plans was to maybe upload some more music, but yeah, I was planning on just giving up because number one, I can see that people are not really interested in what I have to say, and I mean, giving with all the work it takes into trying to convince people that Islam is a better religion and showing people what's going on and nobody's interesting. It takes your toll. You're not really. I was in the stage of, you know what, I don't I don't need this. I don't care. Especially after the terror attacks that happened. Because I thought the damage is done, and now we're just waiting to see what's gonna happen. However, I mean, we all knew this was coming. We all knew that yes, people are gonna celebrate Hamas. Well, when I say all knew, at least people from my side of the corner knew that yes, people were gonna celebrate Hamas. Even the peaceful Muslims will celebrate Hamas, and then they're gonna cry, and the narrative is going to shift and all that. But I was not prepared for the massive global jihad. A- And even without the global jihad, I mean, the massive disinformation campaign and the massive push and the insurrections happening and the massive civil disturbance all across the world that wants essentially every Jew dead and saying ceasefire for Hamas, for Gaza, calling for the the global intifada, and they want they don't even care about the hostages being taken, right? If you actually look at Piers Morgan, who has invited people over the week or a few weeks now from the Palestinian side. I mean, he has invited some real pieces of shit. I mean, just uncanny how many pieces of shit one after another that comes to his show and fuels their bullshit narrative. But the support, the global support these pieces of shit are getting is alarming. And yes, I'm active on Twitter a bit, where I tweet my thoughts. Uh, and the Twitter spaces I go to are the I stay away from the pro-Palestinian side, really, or I don't even want to debate a Muslim at the moment. I stay away from the pro-Palestinian side, and I try to just see what's going on and listen to what's going on from the right side of history, people. Uh, so anyway, what we're gonna go with this is these supporters of Palestine. All right, I listen to Piers Morgan. I listen to people. They have a very hard time condemning Hamas, and those who condemn Hamas, uh, they do it with a very sweeping brush, or they just dismiss it right away. Yeah, whatever, whatever. Yeah, what Hamas was, what Hamas did was bad, yeah. But did you know? And then they start with, the Israel narrative. Israel is the root of all evil kind of narrative. So, and I think it's alarming. And when I listen to them, I think it's amazing as well how they take everything they stand for. And yes, it's fueled by Islam. It's fueled. Everything below this is fueled by Islam, and all of these people are Muslims. It's fueled by Islam, and everything that Muhammad stands for, everything Hamas stands for, they shamelessly just turn it around and say, we are the victims, and everything we were celebrating, is Israel is actually doing these things. All right, it's not us going around burning people alive. No, no, it's Israel. It's crazy. It's really crazy. Okay, I see when Piers Morgan a- is asking, do you condemn Hamas? There's some who say, well, yeah, sure, but what about Israel? What about that? This and that, this and that. Uh, and I mean, a lot of people actually don't even condemn Hamas, right? They just do it because they know that Piers Morgan is going to ask that, and they just want to sweep it under the rug and just move on with their stupid propaganda. And it's hello, Joanna. Who's Joanna? Hello, Joanna. And it's just I don't know what to say other than fuck these people. Sorry, but just fuck these people. Like the you know I'm gonna go through one guy here. I'm gonna go through one guy. His name is Bassem Youssef. He's supposed to be a comedian. Now, I don't know who told him he's a comedian, but he's not funny.
Well, joining me now to discuss the conflict in Israel and Gaza is a TV host and satirist Bassem Youssef. Bassem, it's great.
Just look at this guy, and look at his eyes. Look at that gaze. It's like you know what this is? They dressed up the terrorist. This is what it is. Like, look at this guy's eyes. I mean, just all of his persona here, right? I mean, this guy looks like a metrosexual, metrosexual Arab from the Middle East. Like, you know what? Like, he looks kind of Jewish as well. Like, I don't know. Like, this is like, like, yeah, he's nicely dressed, right? He's yeah. I mean, he's a good-looking guy here. You know, like, you're like, huh? Maybe this is like the best thing the Palestinian movement has to represent, right? That's the. But then you look at the eyes. It's like, what the fuck is going on with those eyes? Seriously, look at those eyes. Like, it's like, oh, damn. What is going on with those eyes, guys? I wonder. Yeah. Anyway,
To have you back on the program. I wish it was under different circumstances. First of all, what is your reaction to what happened on October the 7th?
Oh, it was terrible, of course. I mean, we kind of get our news kind of also secondhand because, my wife's family, they live in Gaza. They have cousins and uncles there. And their house also was bombed. We haven't been able to communicate with them for the past 3 days. Communication are lost. So we don't know actually what is the how are they doing, but we're used to that. I mean, it's just like it's very repetitive. We're used to that. We're used to them being bombed every time and moving from one place to the other. It's just like those Palestinians. They're very dramatic. Israel killing us, but they never die. I mean, they always come back. They're very difficult to kill. Very difficult people to kill. I know because I'm married to one. I tried many times, couldn't kill her.
I mean,
is this supposed to be a joke? Like, am I supposed to laugh? I wonder, like, I wonder if the Palestinians are like, "Oh my God, this is so funny!" Ha 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 ha. Like, yo, have you seen that movie, The Joker? Have you seen that movie, The Joker? Have you seen that one? You know, the guy when he goes to stand up and nobody laughs, it's like awkward. I mean, this guy is Joker, man. This is the Palestinian Joker. I don't know, like, is this supposed to be funny?
there's a dark humor there, and I understand why. Because
Oh, it's not dark human. I try to get to her every time, but she uses our kids as human shields. I can never take her out.
Is again, like, he's making fun of a situation that should not be taken lightly. And again, it's not funny because it's not accurate at all. And he's trying to make it. He's what he's trying to do is saying, this is what I hear all the time. This is the joke because it's not true, and it's funny how people believe it, right? So he's making fun of it. No, this is actually what's going on, you fucking asshole, right? Hamas use human shields, even Palestinians as human shields. Asshole, right? And saying you're married to one and you try to kill her. I'm sorry, is that supposed to be funny? You know, in the 50s, we had the honeymooners, all right? That was in the 50s, right? To the moon, Louis. Or was it Lois? I figured that was from Family Guy. Yeah, but he used to that guy he used to threaten with domestic violence. He would punch his wife if she didn't shut up. I mean, people thought it was funny then in the 50s. People realize that that's not funny now. Maybe in Gaza, in shithole Gaza, those jokes still fly. You know, I have a lot of jokes about Muslims and warfare and Palestinians. You want to hear some? I'm pretty sure they're better than yours, right? So this is actually a joke I heard when I was growing up. Uh, it was because of the Iraqi war and stuff. So there was there were two Muslims, all right, and they were walking in the desert, and one of the guys he had his wife with him, and the wife walked in front of the in front of the husband, and the other guy said, "Hey, don't you know that the wives are supposed to be behind us? She's not supposed to be in front of you." And the guy says, "Oh, haven't you heard of minefields?" I mean, that's supposed to be a funny joke. I don't know. The mentality of Arabs is different. But yeah,
Again, I understand the humor, but to be serious, Bassem, about this tonight, there
Okay,
is.
I will be serious. Now, I will be serious. I was watching your interview with Ben Shapiro, and I'll tell you one thing.
Yeah.
I think that Ben Shapiro is one of the smartest people who ever walked this earth. He's very, very smart. I follow
yeah, he's smarter than you for sure. I mean, I got to be honest. Yeah, I mean, you dressed up nicer, right? You had you fixed your hair beautifully. I gotta say, like even your beard, like it fits perfectly. I don't know, like if that's natural to have all this shade of gray so equally uh, displayed on your face. Like I wonder, like what kind of moisture do you use on your face, man? Like this guy looks like he's in his 50s. It looks like he looks well, like he looks he looks like the guy. He looks like the guy who sells perfume. Like he could be in a commercial selling perfume, right? Bassam Youssef selling the newest perfume from Gaza, the Palestinian bomb. Smells like gasoline and ammunition and burned rubber. So you can smell manly like me, Bassam Youssef.
him, and I believe everything he said. And when he came on your show, his solution was, and I quote, his solution was that the solution for this is for Israel to annex Gaza and to kill as many son of bitches as possible to make sure that this will never happen again. And anyone who called for a ceasefire will be a terrorist sympathizer. So God forbid, I don't want to be labeled as a terrorist sympathizer.
But you are anyway, right? I mean, you don't want to be labeled, but you're making fun of it, and you take it lightly, and you dismiss everything, and you try to ridicule Ben Shapiro for having emotions after a terror attack. So yeah, God forbid, right? You say you don't want to be a terrorist sympathizer, but you are.
So I agree with Ben Shapiro. I think we should kill
Oh, you
as
don't.
many son of bitches as possible.
Well, let me.
So
Okay,
far,
Yeah, but the difference is that you believe that those sons of bitches lies in Israel.
but Bassem, let
three,
me.
no, no, so far
Now
3,500
he's
people were
speaking over
killed,
everybody.
including 5,000 son of bitches in the bombing of.
I don't understand why Pierce Morgan has to just go along with everybody who has been on the show so far has just been a complete rude asshole towards him, right, from the Palestinian side. Everybody who's supportive of Palestine from on Pierce Morgan show has successfully talked over him, and he does nothing about it.
The Baptist hospital as we speak right now. One third of those 3,500 were children. So my question to Ben Shapiro is,
Uh, again, I wonder where those children come from. Again, like I wonder how come when how come when Israel is going to target Hamas that the children are Hamas' first priority to get killed?
how many more son of bitches do we need to kill so Ben Shapiro is happy?
Okay,
Because
but
it changes from
Bassem, let
one
me
year.
just stop you
It
there to
changes from
say.
one.
Let me
Not,
just.
I'm
Okay, how many sons of bitches? So we are happy. I gotta tell you, Basim, until you stop your act, until you release the hostages, until Gaza is free from Hamas, and until the whole fucking world, the Arab world, the Muslim world, the Palestinians, right, stop funding terrorists and cheering for terrorists, right? You understand because you're a Muslim. You understand the Quran 929 until they are subdued. That's the language you assholes understand. So until you're subdued and stop your bullshit, then we will be happy. And you know what? I'm not gonna cry for dead terrorists. I feel sorry for your children and your wife. Honestly, I don't feel sorry for your wife because I've seen a lot of Muslimas being very proud of what's going on, right? But I feel sorry for your children because the children are fueled by hatred, taught to murder Jews. They are taught to go and be killed in the war, right? Darul Harb, right? Against the Jews, so they can go to heaven and become shaheeds. There's even there's even a lady on Memory TV. I let's see if I can find that one so I can play it. Saying that she she wants many kids so that at least three of them can go and be shaheeds, go to heaven. Now I wonder though if they go to heaven as small boys, will they be those pearly boys that serves every man's need in Jannah as prescribed by Muhammad, or will we be part of the six orgy with the 72 houris? Listen, what about that joke? Guess you didn't think that far. Yeah, so I feel sorry for those kids. You know, um, Israel has every right to bomb the shit out of Gaza. I hope it's burnt to the ground. But the Palestinians know, the Gazans know that it's coming. So why is their priority not to make sure that their children is going to be in a safe zone? Why do they want to fuel Pallywood by using them as propaganda tropes, putting them in missile fire, making sure that they can display their dead bodies to the politicians worldwide so they can once again tell the world that Jews are evil? Hey, Bassam, have you thought about that? While you were combing your hair, combing your beard, putting on that jacket of yours and that shirt, making sure that you look as nice as possible in front of Pierce Morgan, did that thought ever cross your mind?
I'm sorry that please listen. I'm really at a disadvantage here. I'm looking at a camera. I don't see you. I can hear you on my
And the
ears.
reason I'm
So
interrupting
please
is I
give me
think
a
it
little
might
bit of
be.
a space.
I think you're conflating different interviews with Ben Shapiro. He didn't use the phrase "sons of bitches" with me. Let me play to you what he actually
He
said on
did.
my
He
show.
did. He did. Go back to your
No,
interview.
he didn't.
Did.
That was another interview. But let me play what he said to me here.
Well, frankly, I don't believe in proportionate response to terrorism. I believe that the way that you stop terrorism is with wildly disproportionate response. That doesn't mean in terms of targeting civilians. It means in terms of killing as many terrorists as humanly possible and allowing them to dictate the terms of engagement by hiding behind civilians in areas that they're supposedly responsible for means that the only option for Israel is to surrender to Hamas's hatred of its own citizens, its willingness to use its own children as human shields. No country worth its salt could ever do that.
Now that is substantively different to what you said he said, right? He's talking there
But
specifically about
I
Hamas
agree
terrorists.
with him. I agree. I agree
No,
with
you
him.
don't.
The thing is, the question
you
is,
don't.
what is a proportionate response? Because
Yes.
it has been different from one tier to another. So if you
Okay,
look to this graph, for
so
example,
now he's gonna pull up this stupid graph. Like, what is this fucking graph anyway? What does it say? What it says is, honestly, this is what I think Palestinians and Arabs and Muslims, who supports this bullshit, which I gotta say most Muslims around the world does support this shit. We can see that right now in front of our eyes, right? When they see this fucking charter, they see one thing. Why haven't we killed more Jews? Why is there so few Jews being killed? Right? How come there's so many Palestinians getting killed but so few Jews? Right? They don't give a fuck about that. Palestinians are getting killed. They care about the disproportionality because they wished that it was the other way around. They don't wish that there would be no deaths. All right, this charter doesn't say anything anyway. When I read this charter, you know what I see? I see that Israel, all right, has their defenses, and that Palestinians keep doing terror attacks and getting fucked by Israel, rightly so. All right. Now maybe Mr. Bassem Youssef again should ask, how come, all right, there's so many terrorists getting shot by Israelis? I wonder, how come there is a pay for slay? How come the Palestinians are teaching their kids to go and kill Jews? And then when they do that, all right, and by the way, we're talking kids, all right, again, these assholes, when they talk kids, this is the funny part, all right? Somebody who's about 15 to 17 years old, who is in his height of physicality, well, maybe not, but at least later stage of development, right? Has a lot of power and wants to go and be a shaheed, right? Since childhood, and then gets killed. Oh, now he's suddenly a child. But again, I have to ask, Aisha, when she married Muhammad, right? Because every Muslim believes this, right? When she married Muhammad, she was 6, playing with dolls, right? And Muhammad consummated marriage with her when she was 9. And every Muslim think that Muhammad is the moral code of conduct. Somehow, Aisha, when you speak to Muslims, right? They say that Aisha was mature. Aisha was an adult lady at 6. Are you saying all these Muslims today, right, are retards, right? That when they're 16, they're children, but Aisha is a mature lady at 6. Are you saying that you know the natural development for a Muslim, right, as it should be under Darul Islam, House of Peace, you you become a senior citizen when you're 10 years old? What's going on, guys? Come on, like make it make sense. Like it's all over the place. Like I don't understand anything. Like you want us to laugh about this? This is a joke to you, Vissam? Yeah, I can crack better jokes than you can.
Example, this is the death of Israeli and Palestinians, and it's changing from one year to year. It's like fluctuating like crypto. So my question is today, what is the going rate today for human lives? I mean, 2014 was a great year for Ben Shapiro. 88 Israelis were died, and there was 2,329 Palestinians killed on the other side. That is one Israeli for 27 Palestinian. That is a very good exchange rate. What I'm saying is, what is the exchange rate
Well,
for today?
well,
So you guys will be happy.
Exchange
That's
rate.
my question.
well, it's not me.
I
It's
want
not
to
me,
Yeah,
know.
guys.
again, the exchange rate is you shut up, you stop your fucking terrorism, fueling terrorism, you stop sending people to get killed, right? And then portray it in Pallywood as Jews evil. By the way, before this terror attack, all right, like about 2 years in succession here, there's been constant terror attacks inside of Israel by terrorists from West Bank and Gaza who has come in to the country and killed civilians. And and you wonder why Israel doesn't fuck around. And not once again, not once have I ever heard from a Palestinian or a Palestinian supporter uh, condemning those attacks. They don't even care about them, right? Of course, they secretly celebrate them, but nothing as big of a celebration as we have seen with 7/8, no 7/10. Wait, the 7th of October, October 7. Yeah, so that that terror attack was unprecedented, and yeah, it was the largest one ever, of course. Um, and again, I'm just baffled how much support it got worldwide. And you know what's the saddest part? Uh, the whole idea about this terror attack was to make sure that Saudi wouldn't normalize relations with Israel. The whole point was that the Arab world will not normalize relations with Israel, and Saudi was about to do that, and they succeeded because Saudi backed off because of this war, and they invited Iran to talk and canceled all relations, postponed all relations with Israel. So Hamas got their wish. That's the sad part. I see I have two people watching, so nice, nice. Thank you. Welcome. And also, if you want to come up and talk, there's the StreamYard in the chat. You can come up to the stage on the stage or behind the scenes, and I can pull you up.
I'm not on either
No,
side.
no, not you. Like when I
Yeah.
say you guys, I say like the people on the other side of that. I know that you don't think like that, Peter. You're one of the good guys. But let me tell you something.
That's not
I
true,
mean,
though.
the reason that
You're not a
I'm
good
using
guy.
this is that I mean I can't remember what happened in 2014, and there was no music festival. But there must be something. I mean, they must do something. It is their
Yeah,
fault.
yeah. You
It
know
has to
what?
be something.
It's been steady rockets from Gaza for the past 10 years. Right? There've been so many rockets. Right? Just this week when it launched, the Alexa flood was over 3,000 rockets uh towards Israel. Nobody cared about those. And prior to that, there's been uh war or rocket barrages every fucking Ramadan, right? Every Ramadan. I guess last year was an exception, but anyway, every Ramadan, rockets were fired towards Israel. Every fucking Ramadan.
Something. I mean, 2018, 300 Palestinians died. Who's counting? So the thing is, what my question is, let's find what is the
See, Israeli. Hello. See who this is. I pulled you up. Hello.
Yep. What's up, man?
Ah, it's you. Do I
Yeah.
call you by your name?
Oh no, I just put it down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome, man.
Like,
Welcome. How are you?
I'm fine. Like the world is collapsing, but like I'm
Yeah, yeah,
fine.
yeah. Yes, nice for you to join. Hey, man. I know. So, what can I say about you? Can I say what I know about you?
Not yet. Just
Okay, okay,
let's just start with that. I live in Israel, and I'm in Israel right now.
okay.
Um, within all this turmoil is going on,
Yes.
but yeah, I wanted to say because like it looks like this stupid person like he thinks like terrorism is maybe like for Muslims like it's kind of sport. Like he's trying to make comparisons. Like we had only 5 deaths, but they have 1,000. Like it's a good ratio. Like what do you think it is? Gambling ratio? Like we want zero. That's what we
Right,
want. We
right.
want zero. We don't want to
Yeah,
we don't want to play the game from the beginning. Like if you see how stupid the whole premise is.
yeah,
We
yeah.
don't want to play with you. We want you to get away, live as far as possible from us. That we want to hear your bullshit. That's what we want.
Yeah, it really looks as, oh, let's go to Wall Street and sell and buy. Like, what are you doing, man? Like, you think this is a stock market or something?
Yeah, like it looks like he's whining. Oh, we didn't get a good deal. Like they got a good deal. They only got away with like 18 deaths. I will tell you why. Because your like your entire population deliberately is so stupid and primitive that you're not able to create any good terrorist terror attack. So after 70 years, they managed to come up with like a good terror attack that, by the way, was probably trained by Iran. Uh, so now they just feel like um, Oh, so now Israel, like, it has to come up with something proportional. No, there is no proportions. That's what Ben Shapiro actually said. We are going to wipe you out. That's what's going to happen.
Yep, and rightfully
That's what's
so.
going to
Yeah,
happen, and nothing will stop it. We're just going to wipe Gaza. That's it.
yeah,
Everyone will be wiped out. I don't
yeah,
care.
and it's rightfully so. Like people say, "Oh, that's horrible." Well, I mean, you should have thought of that once you like people don't understand, right? I think maybe they do understand, but they don't care. When the mask came off October the 7th, right? When we saw how many people across the world were
Yeah,
celebrating, uh,
it's even much bigger than 9/11. Like it's huge what
yeah,
happened.
yeah. No, no,
Um,
you know
and
what?
it's
The biggest
worldwide. It's not only in
is
Israel. It's like it's worldwide. Everyone got it.
yes, is the
And
aftermath.
Poland really nailed it. Like Poland now looks so smart. Think
Yeah,
about it. I just sent you on Telegram the link.
yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I mean, the aftermath is actually in some aspect even worse than the terror attack itself because like people are horrified of how much the whole world is trying to take over, you know, like the insurgents, the global jihad, whatever you want to call it, how much it's uh, affecting everybody across the world. Like people just baffled of the massive support for terrorists and massive support of trying to take. uh, I mean, they even stormed the Capitol Hill, right? The rallies across the world
Oh yeah,
really,
yeah. They stormed the Capitol, and for some reason, like the Democrats like didn't create all the buzz like they did with Trump um,
yeah,
back in
yeah.
2020, right? So it's just
I,
um,
I mean,
I wanted to say something.
embassies worldwide, right? Is tear down, all right? I mean, like terror attacks worldwide. It's bigger than 9/11. You're right, just because of guess what? We have enemies at or like among us now. And during 9/11, there was not enemies amongst us, but right now they're everywhere, right?
Yeah, every bomb that is being dropped on Gaza is kind of motivating all kind of random, arbitrary zombies all around the world who kill innocent people without any purpose. Like it's just take it for what it is. That's it. Oh, it killed! Didn't you see? An innocent child was killed in Gaza. This is why I'm going to stab an arbitrary person on the street right now in the name of Allah. Does this make sense? Yeah, maybe if you're a Muslim. I don't
That
know.
reminds me of one thing though. I heard of a story, but it got I don't know. It seems like it wasn't really highlighted that much. But I heard of a story that somebody went out. I think it was somewhere in like in California. Somebody went out and started attacking Muslims for being Muslims during all this. Uh, but is this true or is it a hoax? Do you know anything about that? Hello?
Could be, right? Yeah. Are you,
I can't hear you. I think your connection is unstable. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, how is it
It's
now?
good.
How is it
Yeah,
now?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So um
Did you hear my
let's
question?
pretend it's true. Let's
Okay. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So
Yeah.
let's say it happened, right? Let's say the premise is that it happened, right? Okay. So we will say um, it's wrong, but the question will be how rare it is. Like, You look all over the world, you see only one person that attacked an arbitrary Muslim. But then you go and see how many Muslims arbitrarily attack other people in the name of their ideology. It happens systematically every few minutes now. So Muslims, they want to take things out of proportions and say, oh, you see, there is one case of an American that also attacked a Muslim, so that means it's not anything about Islam. It's just bad people. You know that kind of argument.
Yeah, yeah, I know that. But also, one thing I want to say is I looked it up right now. It seems like the guy is 71 years old, Yosef M. Shuba. Uh, he looks kind of deranged, and it doesn't look like this is his. I can't really say, but it doesn't seem like this is the first time. Like he looks, yeah. And you know what? Let's be honest. Okay, sure. He killed a Muslim boy. That's horrible. All right. It has nothing to do with this conflict, and yeah, I mean, yeah, it was,
Agree.
yeah, it was. I mean, yeah. So it was horrible. I condemn that, right? Because they always come up and say, "You condemn these things," like you condemn. Yes,
Of
yes, of
course
course,
we
yeah,
condemn it, and then it says, so why don't you condemn Israel? We kill little.
yeah, exactly.
Again, you see, their mind is so empty that they cannot connect two dots. That's it. Like, okay, but in Israel, there are terrorist attacks that are hiding behind civilians, and when they are being targeted, there is a collateral damage of maybe civilians, which were deliberately put there by the terrorists. So the responsibility for their death is of the terrorists, not of Israel, because Israel, of course, according to every international law, has the right to defend itself. That's very easy. So Israel does not kill um, deliberately innocent people. That's for sure.
Yeah, and that's, I guess that's the difference, right? I mean,
And
you understand.
I'm not going into these philosophical questions about
Mm,
like who is innocent in Gaza, because we
mm,
know that as a culture, as a civilization, their whole city is a terrorist base. It's not just like, oh, there are some terrorists here and all the other people are. No. Basically, Gaza is a terrorist camp. Everyone is involved, but we don't say it. We say little children. They're they are always innocent because they are just children. Okay, but all in all, Gaza don't have the right to exist because overall it's a complete terrorist camp. You understand what I'm saying?
yeah, of course. I agree with that. But have you seen that movie Fury? I you know, it was like a war movie from World War II. Uh, so what I'm getting at is, there was a scene where they used child soldiers, and one guy was very reluctant to shoot at the soldiers. And what happened, of course, was, okay, this is a movie. I don't know if it happened in real life, but I mean, we can understand, the perils of reality here. What happened was they used a flamethrower, and they torched a tank and everybody in it, you know, uh, burning them alive, and they were Hitlerjugend, right? So. Uh, you understand that in war, especially why I'm bringing this up is because, again, the Palestinians are teaching their kids to be like this, right? They are teaching them to be Hitlerjugend, right? Literally, right? I mean, it's uncanny how much similarity is right now. I mean, kill Jews is the highest priority, and using any kind of warfare, and using and the people up top using children, uh, as a form of confusion, and of course the other side are hesitant to to shoot a kid. Who wants to kill a kid? That's the thing. Like, that's the difference. Like, normal people don't want to kill kids, but these assholes know that, so they use kids in warfare. And they don't care if they get killed. They don't care if their own children gets killed. That's how sick and twisted these people are.
Yeah, and if you're getting into Islamic doctrines, then you will see that it's all being justified. So if you go in Gaza Street and you say, "Are we going to sacrifice these kids because it is helping us to pursue the goal of implementing Sharia and taking the lands and all. So it's all permissible, and the children will be shahidun, like they will get to heaven. Everyone believes in it, like all the children, all the women, mothers happily giving their babies to be killed, and they are happy. You see it, like we have thousands of pictures showing mothers happy and saying that they are now so happy because their children in Jannah, like in heaven. And this is what they believe. Of course, we know they are not, but but this is what they believe. But so if one will ask me, so why do I see some videos of mothers crying for their babies? So it could be two different things. The first one will be, it's Pallywood. Like, they're doing it in order to to raise just want to leverage stupid idiots, like useful idiots from the Islamic world, in order to like use to abuse the deaf children in order to perpetuate more terrorism and more death. This is what they do. So they say, oh, you see these little children that were killed, you see how this mother is so broken and she's so sad. Now go and kill another human being by the name of Allah and make him share more tears. So they just doing it. And maybe there is one mother in Gaza which is naturally crying for her baby, because like they still probably have some kind of natural emotions, but it doesn't mean that she's not still believes that she needs to direct her children towards terrorism and towards being killed. She's just sad because they died, but she accepts it because she believes it's the good thing to do. So what do we have here? We have a complete civilization of wicked people. Their whole thing should be erased from the face of the earth. It's not just a terrorist organization. It's a complete wicked civilization. It's like a modern Sodom and Gomorrah. We should eradicate them from the face of the earth. This is actually, and it's not just in Gaza, man. This is I see a lot of people speaking about Gaza. Yeah, it happened in Gaza, but like,
can you hold that thought? Because he's gonna talk about the West Bank as well. I want to hear you go into the West Bank. Let me just ask this, right? I don't agree. You know me. I don't care much about the scriptures. But I would say that what they need is a denazification. It needs to be like Nazi Germany. They need the whole culture needs to be subdued, and controlled, and their children needs to be denazified.
Yeah, exactly. So first of all, you just nailed it. First of all, it's not just Gaza. It's not just all the Palestinians. And I don't care about the organization. Uh,
We're losing you with your
the,
connection.
the all the pro-Palestinians around Europe that come to the news outlets and they say, "Oh, human rights," they are all terrorists. So what I'm trying what I'm trying to say is there is no way to fight it unless you frame them as Nazis. So when you have this like you equate it to Nazi Germany in the beginning of World War II, UK, you see, you have two different prime ministers in
Okay,
1939,
listen,
Chamberlain and Churchill.
Israeli. I can't hear you. You have a very bad connection. You keep cutting in and out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I couldn't get
Just a second.
most of what you said there. But okay, pause for a second here, and let's listen to this idiot because he's gonna go into talk about the West Bank issue.
Exchange rate for human life today, so we know, expect the future death of
Blah, blah,
Palestinians,
blah.
and we'll be happy to it.
My response to that would be this, Bassem. I thought carefully about this because I think it's very tricky for people like me to immerse ourselves into a conflict where we're not directly involved. And I thought carefully about what I feel about this. I feel that the scale of what Hamas did on October the 7th.
You know, this is a weird thing for him to say. He's in Britain, and Britain is bombarded right now with Palestinian supporters, tearing down flags, going after going after Jews. They 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 I mean, there's been a lot of rallies, violent rallies at the moment. Uh, I even saw footage where Palestinians were trying to storm weapon manufacturer for Israel. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things going on in Britain. For him to say that he's not affected by it, I don't know.
Supersedes anything else I've seen in this conflict, really ever. The savagery, the butchery, the slaughter of 1,300 people, the shooting of babies, the
100%.
kidnapping of grandmothers, and so on. So if we can agree on that, which I think is inarguable, then the question then becomes again about proportion. I don't disagree that there's been a lot of bad stuff on both sides going back historically for decades. But if we agree that this was on a different level altogether, quite deliberately by Hamas, designed
absolutely.
designed to provoke, no, here's my question. Let me ask you a question. And the question,
What's
because
the question?
you raised it earlier about proportion. I honestly don't know what the proportionate response is. I honestly don't. I don't. I've been watching the airstrikes
So
this week thinking.
So what's your question?
Well, I was
What's
asked.
the question?
I would ask you, if you were Israel, what would you?
If I was Israel,
If you were Israel and that had happened to you, what would you think would be the appropriate way for the country to
This is
respond?
gonna be funny.
I would do exactly like
Unintentionally.
Israel did, kill as many people as possible, since the world is letting me do it. I mean, I can.
Look what a fucking asshole.
Oh my god. So what
You caught
what
it,
he
right?
says right now?
You caught it. You caught it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, oh, well, the war is allowing me to kill as many as possible, so well, why not? It's like how he's trying. Like, it's not even funny. He's trying to make fun of it.
It looks like he thinks like the goal is to kill as much people as possible. No, Israel does not have the goal to kill as much people as possible. Israel needs to secure its borders. This is the main goal. If we need to kill a lot of people in order to kind of remove the threat, yeah, we will do it. But it's not the main goal to see as much people killed. Like, you know why he say it? Because he wants to kill as much people, so he thinks we want to. Like, he projects his wicked mind on us. Do you see that?
Yeah, and that's a very good point. I mean, all this time, the projection is real. The gaslighting is real. Everything, that they are guilty of, they just project it towards Israel. Everything. You know?
Yeah, very nasty. They have very
Yeah.
nasty mindset.
Yeah, and the biggest problem is, of course, is uh, you there's so much lies going on right now that they try to. This is a common tactic, right? I noticed this when I was talking about Islam. Uh, I see uh, this tactic. What they try to do is overflow the information and websites out there, or whatever platform, overflow it with bullshit. All right, make sure that the algorithm will pick up their story, right, and make sure that the truth get lost in the fog of war, or lost in translation, lost in confusion. Uh, this is exactly the same thing, right? I mean,
Yeah,
back.
because they're Nazis. They use the Goebbels tactics. Like
Yep.
it doesn't matter what is true. It matters what people believe. What like the
Yep.
narrative. We can create the narrative. We can create reality by this kind of if you say so. He said something like if you say something multiple times, it becomes true. You understand? Like if you say it
Yeah.
a lot of times, people will believe it. So this is what they do because they are Nazis.
Yep. You know, I don't want to go into that too far, but I always thought, if Islam wasn't a thing, would there be a Nazi Germany? Yeah. But anyway, uh, let's move on here.
do it because I can, But the thing is, like, you know what? I agree with you. And you know what? I'm going to be even ahead of you because I see the question coming. Do you condemn Hamas for the atrocity? Yes, I condemn Hamas. I condemn
Look at
Hamas.
this. Look at this. Okay. Look how he's
So
gonna say.
so unreliable. It's
Yeah.
so unreliable. Oh man, like I give you zero credibility here.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's just look. He's gonna dismiss it real fast.
I condemn Hamas is the source of all evil. They're the reason for everything. And you know what?
Here,
Let's
here,
for a
you
minute
see the tactics. You
imagine.
see the rhetoric here. He's trying
Yeah.
to exaggerate it in order to like make fun of it.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah. I mean, he's unintentionally funny, right? I mean, maybe that's his comedic shtick, that people are supposed to laugh at him, of his stupidity, not as his jokes, but like really like the dumb, like you said, the dumb rhetoric he uses, like people can see through it.
yeah. But you see, like he seems like a nice guy. He's talking. He is smiling.
Yeah.
But under that, like that naive face, lies a wicked person. Like you understand, like someone
Yep.
with a bad ideology which harms humanity. So I cannot, how would I say it? Like I cannot emphasize with him whatsoever.
A world without Hamas.
Right.
What will this word look like?
Mm.
Let's give this word a name, and let's name this word the West Bank.
Okay.
Hamas has
So this is exactly what I was saying about the West Bank. That's why I said hold your thought, because yeah, now he's gonna go to the West Bank. Let's just move forward here and see what he says about it.
absolutely no control in the West Bank. And since the beginning of this year, only through August, 37 Palestinian kids were killed.
Mm.
No music festival, no paragliding, no Hamas.
Mm.
Since the
Okay. So yeah, so he's saying that the West Bank has no terrorists. There's nothing like Hamas in the West Bank, and children are getting killed there anyway. So what's about that? Well, I gotta say, first off, I've been looking at the war, and since you live in Israel, hasn't there been insurgents from Hamas from the West Bank? Hasn't the West Bank opened fire?
There is basically there is
Didn't
a
Hezbollah come
support
in from
for Hamas.
from West Bank as
There
well?
is support for Hamas in the West Bank.
Hmm.
Even they see the PLO as a dictatorship, as a corrupted dictatorship. The Hamas is like more of kind of a, how would I say it, like the people's movement. You understand? It's
Yeah.
a it's um of course, it's the wicked people's movement, but this is how they catch it because and they also have self within the like what they call the 48 borders, like like the Arabs who have Israeli IDs.
Yeah.
So Hamas has cells everywhere, both in Gaza, of course, it's all Hamas,
But
but also
Israel,
in the West Bank and also in Israel itself.
yeah, but hasn't there been insurgents from Hamas from the West Bank? Hasn't West Bank opened fire on Israel last week? Didn't
Yeah, yeah,
Hezbollah
of course.
from West Bank?
They not only they open fire, they do all kind of terrorist attacks, stabbing, going into Israel, shooting. They do um, continuously doing terrorist attacks from the beginning.
Those
They
fire
never
bombs,
stopped it. No,
those fire.
so Israel never had 1 year without Palestinian terror. We don't know what it is to have a peaceful neighborhood. Like we never saw the good side of the Palestinians, to be honest. So Palestinians always say, if only Israel would just like give us rights so we can live together. Like it's we never like Palestinians equal terrorists from our perspective. Of course, not all of them, but like as a whole, we never had a year, even 1 year, that we did not have people of us being killed by terrorism. So of course we will have army, of course we will have police, of course we'll take all the repercussions to try to avoid and prevent. And yeah, we will go into their cities, we will kill them, we will. So they take the numbers of the terrorists and say Israel killed them. Like you get it?
Yeah,
You say children. Yeah, maybe it's like a 15, 16, 17 years old
yeah.
uh,
But
child
Aisha
with
was
this
mature.
tried
But
to
Aisha,
stab
yeah,
an arbitrary Jew on the
yeah,
street.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
he's getting
Aisha
into
was
the
mature,
statistics.
right?
Aisha, yeah, of course, she was mature enough. Yeah,
Yeah. Let me ask you. Uh, so the all these rallies and all these violence around Al-Aqsa Mosque and those who raided the grave, uh, wasn't that from the West Bank?
yeah. So today, an Israeli soldier was killed on the West Bank.
Hmm. Those balloon bombs, those fire balloon bombs, are they from? This is actually I don't know. Are they from the from Gaza or are they from the West Bank?
Which bombs?
You know those fire balloon bombs. That
They were from Gaza.
okay, they're from Gaza. Okay, okay.
Yeah, but there is an active terrorist scene both in Gaza and both in the West Bank, and sometimes the West Bank is more active, sometimes Gaza is more active. But it's not like they don't want to make terror. It's like they have cycles.
Yeah.
They raise money, they build weapons, they all kind of they prepare a big attack, so they want to train. Um, they try to so they also uh, the problem they have a problem. The problem is if we make a terrorist attack every day, so the Israeli forces will be ready for us, right? Because they are already alarmed. So what we will do, we will try to be peaceful for 2 months, 3 months, 5 months, and then suddenly we will just raid them, and they will not be prepared. And the world is saying to us, "Oh, they are quiet, so you sit quiet." But they're not really quiet. They're just trying to prepare for the big attack, like they did right now. So what Israel is saying right now is like this: there will not be another time. We won't stay in our home, sitting down in a ceasefire, waiting for them to come surprise us in another holiday. We will go now, fuck them off, and they will never live in our land. So, isn't it proportional? What do you think?
Yeah, I think that the whole narrative of proportions is of course fueling the
Yeah.
Palestinians, and it's not supposed to
There
be.
is no proportions
Yeah,
here. It's a war. We need to win it because you see, if Israel is not going to win this, there will not be left even one Jew living in Israel. That's it. Everyone will die.
no.
If the Arabs will lose this war, probably a lot of Arabs will be spared. Everyone knows that. What do you think?
Uh, well, I hate to say it, but I think it's even worse than that. I mean, with everything we've seen so far, if Palestinians get their way, I don't think Jews will be safe, even in Europe
Yeah,
or
yeah, yeah.
America.
I know. I just say it for the first, like it will be the first phase. The problem is, and a lot of people, this is what I want, why I wanted to go on stage today. People need to understand Israel Palestine since 2 weeks ago is not cannot reframe this conflict is already global. It cannot reframe to a specific territory. Yeah, it's originated from it, but it's like it symbolizes a bigger thing.
Yeah,
It's like it symbolizes the whole jihad. If Israel falls down, the entire West is falling down after it.
yeah,
So if Israel falls down, then the terrorists will say, "Oh, you see, terrorism um, is good because we actually make progress for Islam. So
yeah.
let's do the same thing in Europe, in America, and any other place." And God, they have so many in Europe and USA already.
And here is one terrorist dressed up and acting nice and trying to make fun of it. All right, I don't think I'm gonna play all of it, but let's
The
see.
occupation of the West Bank, 7,000 Palestinians were killed. No music festival, no paragliding, no Hamas.
Yeah, I wonder why. Again, like maybe it's because you guys are terrorists. Maybe it's because you wanna get killed. Yeah, I mean, he's trying to make it look like Jews just want to kill for the sake for the fun of it, like yeah, kill these people. They're not worth anything. But again, we see who's actually thinking like that, right? We can see who's thinking like that. I mean, from the charter, from the chants, from people growing up, not even in the West Bank or Israel or Gaza, right? Growing up in Europe, right? Where I'm at, think this way, right? They are the ones who actually think that Jews are not even people, right? How he's trying to turn it around with a smiling face.
I can go on and on and on and on
No, no, but
about,
you don't
about the
need to,
West
because
Bank.
in a way you're preaching to the choir. I've followed this crisis
Oh no,
for,
you're not pretty sure. So the thing is, like,
well, in the
because I
sense that
heard you
I
saying,
know that what you're saying has validity. Of course, I do.
Piers. By the way, Piers.
I think Pierce is. I don't know what I can say about Pierce, but he's trying to play like both sides, and yeah, he can be.
Yeah, it's trying to portray himself as neutral, maybe because he's speaking with a terrorist right now. So trying to maybe
Uh,
allow him to think that he's neutral.
you know,
But I can see why a civilized person would not take a side right now. It's like you have to take a side. It's like, would you take the sides of the Allies during the World War II, or would you just say I'm neutral? I don't know if the Nazis are better than the Allies. I don't know. Neutral. Let's
yeah.
hear both of them. So no, you wouldn't. You would say I'm with the Allies because I'm against race theories and all this bullshit. That's it.
Yeah, yeah, that is true. However, of course, were nations that actually were neutral and tried to be like, oh, we favor both sides. We don't care. Of course, they came to regret it. Uh, they came to regret that, and then when the war was over, they had to take a stance anyway. Um, but yeah, I guess Pierce is not, speaking for a nation, but he's quite popular. But anyway,
Pierce, I am at a disadvantage here. I can hear you. I cannot see you.
Hmm.
I am in a
well, that's
claustrophobic
that's
room.
that's not wait, that's not Pierce's fault. That's your
And so
fault.
please cut me some slack
Why
and don't
would you?
interrupt me and interrupt my points.
Sure.
So because this has to be fair.
Oh,
Understand.
Because
oh, look at me. I'm poor. Look at me. Like I'm poor. I cannot afford to see you. I'm in the disadvantage. Just like the Palestinians are in disadvantage. I can't see who I'm talking to. I mean, yeah. This is dog whistling.
I don't see how it's even
This is dog whistling.
related. I don't know how it's even related. Like the guy is asking you to condemn terrorism generally, and you making all kind of um claims that you cannot make an argument just because you cannot see it. Like, does it just say the argument? Like, why can't you just generally condemn terrorism? Oh, I don't see you, so I cannot think of one.
Well, that's that. But what he's doing is dog whistling, right? He's trying to say that he's in a disadvantage, just like the Palestinians. They cannot see their enemy, right? So he wants the opportunity to speak for those who cannot be heard. That's what he's trying to say. But the fact is that, guess what? Yeah, everybody's hearing the Palestinians and their supporters worldwide chanting "Death to Jews" right now. So yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. We understand what you're about.
if you want to only hear your opinion, I can just condemn Hamas and go home.
Well,
I can
do
do that.
that.
So if you do you want
Why don't you do that? Condemn Hamas and go home. How you know what? If people would actually do that, all right? If people would say I condemn Hamas and then go home, guess what? We wouldn't have a fucking problem, all right? If I was neighboring to Hamas and I was like, hey, you know what? Fuck you guys. I'm going home, right? And I would make sure that there's as much distance as possible from me and those bastards. Then guess what? We wouldn't have this problem. So yeah, why don't you condemn Hamas and go home? This is this is what we're asking for. What an idiot. Uh, want to say anything about that, Israeli?
Um, let's go. Like, let's make him speak more. Maybe he will open
to do that,
another.
or do you have a much more nuanced conversation?
No, I absolutely want to have a nuanced conversation. I wasn't aware I was interrupting you. I thought I was letting you speak.
Amazing. So let's. I would say. I really applaud Israel for doing one thing that no military force in the world does. Because I heard Ben Shapiro and I heard Ron DeSantis, and they said Israel is the only military force in the world that warns civilians before bombing them. I mean, how fucking cute. That is so nice of them. Because with this logic, if Russian troops started warning Ukrainians before bombing their houses, we're cool with Putin, right? I mean, okay, Habibi, you have warned them.
Oh,
Go
how
invade. It's
much
fine. You have done your job.
how
Good.
much propaganda you can get more than this? It seems like what he's saying is like Israel does not have this is his logic. Israel does not have any need to bomb that place. So they just want to kill some children, so they just warn and then they kill children. But it's completely the opposite. Israel doesn't want to bomb there. It has to bomb there again in order to. The goal is to strengthen its security, because terrorists are fighting it, and because they don't want civilians to be um, to be harmed, and they have to bomb like all kind of infrastructure of terrorism. So they warn them because they want to minimize or to eliminate the amount of people, like civilians which are killed, because they don't have the intention to just kill people who are not relevant, uninvolved people. So what he's saying right now is like he completely ignores the thing that these places which are being bombed are infrastructure of terrorism, like places where rockets are being fired or are being manufactured, or um, archi-terrorist monkeys are sitting there and doing all kind of terrorist activity to kill innocent people on the other side. He just completely ignores that.
Yeah, but I want to say one thing here about the Russia-Ukraine uh, in comparison. So before Russia invaded Ukraine, all right, there were uh, there were significant, like, people saw something was going on, and Russia denied it, and then they invaded, uh, and they deliberately made sure to target civilians. All right. Now, Ukraine is not Gaza. All right. Ukraine has military. All right. All right. So, but yes, Russia did attack military as well, but they went out of their way to make sure to pummel cities to the ground. Right. One of the first hit they did was a resident building that they claimed had Russia claimed that there was officials, in those buildings, but then it was investigated, and no, it was just a resident building, right? That this is the I mean, when you talk about Russia and the disinformation campaign Russia has, right? Who do you think Israel? Sorry, Israel. Who do you think uh, Palestinians, Gazans, West Bank, uh, Yasser Arafat? I call him fish face Arafat. Where do you think they got the idea from about this information campaign?
Yeah, it's from they took it from the KGB, like
Yeah,
from
yeah.
the
KGB. Yeah,
Russian
yeah,
security. They didn't have enough brain to come up with kind of like this kind of idea. So the Russians taught them. They say,
yeah,
oh, you want to, like, because the Russians are, yeah, they maybe are a little bit wicked, but they are not. You cannot say that they are not smart. Very
yeah.
smart people.
Yeah, I mean, so the comparison here is very not relevant, because if anybody should be compared to Russia here, right? It's the Gazans, it's the Palestinians, because they're using the same warfare tactic, the info war, and the fog of disinformation afterwards, right? Uh, Now, I don't want to go into Russia Ukraine right now, because that's not what it's about. But I wonder, like, how the comparison, how is it even relevant here, right? Like, it's completely different, completely different. I mean, even modern warfare as we know it, right? Uh, right now, all right, there are two armies fighting each other, mostly so between the armies. Yes, Russia has bombed residency in the past and stuff like that, and there's been war crimes, alleged war crimes, and documented war crimes from Russia's side, right? But to say that that somehow is Israel, no, absolutely not, right? Again, why? I have to say this again. Why? Is because Hamas has it as their main goal to hide behind residential areas, to use rockets under residential areas, and to fuck up residential areas so they can fuel their war. All right? They don't give a fuck about nutrition, water, food, electricity. They make sure that all of this that should be to a society where people can live, they use that to fuel warfare, right? It's not like another country, right? If we're gonna call Gaza a country, which I don't think we should, but if you have infrastructure, and then you have military, all right, that's a very different thing here. The infrastructure and military, which is in Gaza term terrorism, is all combined into one, right? We even see documents of Hamas tearing tearing the pipes, water pipes up so they can use that for the rocket and the tunnels, for the rockets and the tunnels. Like they just fucked it all up just because they have only one thing in mind. One thing in mind: to kill as many Jews as possible. And all the Palestinians around them, all right, this is also a very crucial point. All the Palestinians or the Gazans around them, right? They know who Hamas is. They know who they are. Now you can make the claim that yeah, Hamas is hindering people from getting out. They're telling people do not go, like you're not allowed to leave, and we use you as human shield. But here's the thing: if you go like to an area with Arabs, they know who is who. They know who is related to whom, and the, like they will never tell anybody. Well, this guy is a terrorist and this guy is not, because they know who's an operative or not. They know who's
Yeah,
uh,
let's not pretend. Let's not pretend that they don't have support from the local like population. I will bet like at least 80% of the population completely supports them. You like the differentiation between like a terrorist and just a civilian or like an innocent person is it's a Western differentiation, and it's like in reality they are all part of this one thing, like a terrorist organization. They are acting within the people. They get the support of the people, and one of the greatest weapons of Hamas are the innocent people, like the children. Like the war, one of their war tactics is this kind of diplomatic um, argumentation against Israel when it comes to civilian casualties. It always there from the beginning. For decades, this is what they do because they are terrorist organizations. They always fight from the beginning like rats within civilian population. This is their strategy, and this is how most of the Muslims, like terrorist organizations in the world, are fighting. It happened in Iraq, it happened in Syria, it happened in Lebanon, it happens in Afghanistan, it happens everywhere. This is what they do. You won't see like an Arab army is like a Muslim army is going and fighting. Like all the men are going to fight. All the women and children are like in their homes, in their shelters, being protected, and the men are on the front, going and attacking another army. Army against army, and all the civilians are being protected. You won't see that. Like I can say maybe Egypt has an army like this. Maybe Turkey, like Turkey has army like this. But like in reality, all the Muslims that fight now, they fight within a terrorist, like guerrilla fighting within population, within civilian. So the responsibility for every civilian casualty in Gaza or in any other place is always upon the it's the responsibility of the terrorist organization. Yes, you can say Israel should implement a policy. I would say it's good. That if it's possible, only if it's possible to make sure that like people are not involved. Again, not involved. Proven they are not involved, and they're not risking anything. Like they're not risking the army. They're not risking like your civilians. You do not deliberately hate them. And I will say also there is also an exclusion for that. I will tell you why. But in general, yeah, if you can, this is a good policy because you don't want your army to be corrupted and just hit innocent people, right? But if you're fighting within a very dense city against terrorists, and from each place your army can get missiles and rockets and shootings, and you're shooting into a place, and suddenly you hit a child because this rat terrorist is hiding behind him, and the child um, was hit. What kind of game do we play here? Like, am I supposed to protect the terrorist child from himself? Like, like if you want to put your child like as a human shield, like go and do it. So I will just shoot you. Your child will be dead, and that's it. Unfortunate, but the West is so like they act like pigs sometimes because like you see in the media, every time Israel is being caught with this kind of conflict with the Palestinians, suddenly they always say Israel should try to avoid human casualties. Like, and it looks like they go to Israel and say, we know the Westerners, they know that Israel is doing something wrong because the numbers are so high. No, Israel is not doing something wrong. Actually, and this is the exclusion that I wanted to say, if the numbers were higher, according to the Machiavellian approach, maybe it would help to end the conflict, like just end the war and end the conflict, and then yes, some people be um, uh, will suffer now, a lot of people, but in the end, the next generations will be more fortunate because the whole terrorism game will be gone. So, and this is what Putin did when he fought against the Chechens, like, and this is what the uh, every army that ever fought against guerrilla fighters, they did the same thing. What they try to ask Israel to do right now, like the IDF, everyone knows they're just pretending. Everyone knows that it's impossible. It's an impossible claim that you ask the army within a war, it's a bloody war against the worst terrorists on earth, to be so humane. Like you cannot be both fighting terrorists within a war and both be humane. You can so and they ask Israel to do that even though they never did it and they will never do it when they have to like fight a war on their homelands. So it's an hypocrisy, and I really wish that the Westerners will like at least acknowledge it. This,
Well, I want to say two things, right? First, when you say the Palestinians have massive support, sorry, Gaza, so many terms here. That Hamas have massive support by the Palestinians, we can see that worldwide. And it's not just Palestinians, right? It's Muslims in general, and of course their allies, right? We can see the massive support they have, right? We can see that worldwide. So yeah, it's not uncanny or nothing. Since this is so proven to us right now, to say that 80% of Gazans support Hamas, it's not taken out of proportion. It's not a conspiracy or anything like that. No, because see this happening in front of our eyes. Secondly, I don't want to give too much credit to Putin for fighting the Chechens because he actually uses them right now against Ukraine, and the Chechen leader has instigated a jihad against Ukraine. I mean, you can argue that they are lapdogs for Putin. However, I don't think he handled the situation that well, and I mean, he allowed for terrorism to to be
Yeah, I agree. I just
yeah.
said when he has a problem with guerrilla fighting, he does not imply any humane means with his
Yeah, yeah,
army.
but the difference
That's
I
that's
would
what
say
I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to say. That's the
yeah,
only thing. I'm not
yeah,
trying to say that he handled it correctly or
yeah, yeah. I would say the difference between Putin and Israel is that Putin doesn't care who he kills, right? Whereas
yeah,
Israel,
and no one will condemn him. And even if someone will condemn him, you can just pull his dick and say, "I don't care," and then no one will do
yeah, yeah,
anything
that's
because
the
he's
thing. Yeah, he doesn't
Russia.
care.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, if you're strong enough, like you basically make the rules. You don't care. So I want to say about the first thing you said because this is something I didn't like about this Biden speech. Uh, he actually said, "Oh, the Palestinians does not represent Hamas does not represent the Palestinians. Not all Palestinians are Hamas, and not Hamas are Palestinians." So I didn't like that speech because that speech is so detached from reality. We would have liked to think that most cousins are just like Westerners, want to live their life, and these terrorist organizations just they took over their streets and they are just prisoners in this terrorist camp, and they just want some Westerners to come and unleash them from them. But like we wanted to think it's the reality, but look, I live all my life in Israel. I understand the Middle East. It's not like that. Not only the Gazans, like at least 80%, this is the numbers, supporting Hamas, also the West Bank, a lot of them support Hamas. Even Israelis, again, Arab Israelis, a lot of them support Hamas. And basically, all the pro Palestinians around the world, most of them are Salafi that support Hamas. You have hundreds of millions of Hamas. Now, if you say Hamas is ISIS, and you need to treat every person who supports ISIS like you did in ISIS, think about what the implications of that. If you really frame who are the ISIS supporters today and what should be done. So this is why Biden said, "Oh, not everyone. Let's frame everything to Gaza. Let's say Hamas is only in Gaza." It's like Hamas invented a new ideology out of thin air. It's not like he didn't say the word Islam. He didn't want to say jihad. He didn't say the word kufar. He didn't use any Islamic terminology. And this is why when you look in Gaza right now, and they of course heard what Biden's like. They also listen. The Arab world, the Muslim world, also listen what Biden has to say, and he tells them, "Oh, you Palestinians, you don't like Hamas. You're not." So they think he's stupid. Like, of course we do. Of course we like Hamas, and they are actually going in each of their stupid, primitive countries and burn the U.S. embassies, and he still doesn't get it. He repeats that. Oh, not all Palestinians. And then I saw his speech today. He's very concerned about things that happen within the soil of the United States. There are Hamas. What needs to happen in order for, let's say, Americans, like the liberal Americans, to get what the liberal Israelis just wake up and see right now? Like, you need another 7/10 in America. You need another 9/11. But it would be on a scale much bigger. They can do something enormous. We are not living back in like the beginning of the in the beginning of the millennia. Like we have so many things today. And they're terrorists. They just want to harm. People want to live their life. And Muslims, they just come from every place. All of them incited by all kind of imams. They have Twitter. They have Facebook. Every Friday will be a day of rage. They will sacrifice people in the name of Islam, and leaders of the USA will say, "Oh, not all of them support." You need, if you want to fight Nazism, you need to define it clearly. You need to diagnose who is the Nazi, and you need to kill him exactly as you did in Dresden. There is no other cure. So you talk about denazification, so I just had to bring it up.
Well, I gotta say, when it comes to Dresden, I don't think one, if it happened today, it would be a war crime, and I think
Yeah,
it was.
but
I
it's
think it
still,
was
but still,
very.
maybe it's the only solution, a
Mhm.
Machiavellian solution. I'm not proposing to
Yeah,
do
yeah,
it, but I'm just saying.
yeah. I would say that it was very a horrible thing with Dresden, right? I'm
I
not.
agree. I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
yeah. I don't think. Look, I don't think that. I understand what you're saying, right? But yeah, that's. Listen, we 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 understand that yes, this is horrible. What's going on? Uh, and yes, they deserve. I mean, I believe that Gaza needs to be burnt to the ground. Uh, but I wouldn't do a like I wouldn't go so far as say Dresden, because yeah, modern warfare is very different than it was in World War II, right? I understand people want to say, yeah, that's the only solution we can do. Like, now we understand why Hiroshima and Nagasaki happened. Now we understand why Dresden happened. We
Okay, I will tell
understand.
you
Yeah.
something. I will tell you. I will tell you. So you say, okay, don't kill them, but first of all, they have to be moved from here. They cannot live by us. This is 100. Like we cannot live with snakes. You live next to a snake, you'll you understand it, right? So right now there is no way. Either we live here or them, because we cannot live our life while they just piling up weapons, trying to kill us every second they just caught us unprepared. It's just it's Israel cannot secure its borders anymore while all these terrorists are piling up the borders. That's it. So and again, there is no international guarantee that could actually be put in place and could actually work, because like America also like make all kind of guarantees to the Ukraine. And what happened with that? America made guarantees to Afghanistan. They make guarantees in Vietnam. Like it doesn't work. All these international guarantees, especially not when you make treaties with Muslims, which is stupid from the beginning to even begin with, to make treaties with Muslims. If you understand what I'm saying. So just think about it.
Israel. I think the better terminology to use here, right, is the Quran says in 929 that you have to subjugate your enemies. I think this is the only thing these people understand. Like I'm saying, use fire, like fight fire with fire, and use their manual, the Quran, against them, because they understand subjugation. That's the only thing they understand, right? Like they want to use jihad. So if you actually implement, I'm not saying become a Muslim, become a terrorist, right? That's not what I'm saying. But the whole purpose of subjugation, there is no middle ground, as people say. How about we come with a peace treaty and find a middle ground?
Yeah, it's only
Yeah,
temporary.
yeah,
It's only
no,
temporary. Like
yeah, yeah,
Hudaybiyah.
yeah,
Hudaybiyah.
yeah. That doesn't work. Like, yeah, it needs to end from the root. It needs to end. Yeah,
Yeah, and
and
this is a
how
great wake
yeah.
up. This is a great wake up call to all the leftists in Israel. All the peace treaties have collapsed in the last month in Israel in October. Everyone understood in Israel, even the most extreme leftists, that everything collapsed. Oslo Accords collapsed. Um, Everything. There is no such thing as Oslo Accords anymore. We do not recognize it anymore. No Israel will ever recognize a Palestinian entity whatsoever, because there will never be an international guarantees. And again, it's a country which you cannot secure. This is why I think the only solution will be war, because the other side is already decided that the only path is just to kill. right? So you cannot really make peace with Nazis. That's what I'm trying to say. Now think about it. If Israel was the only place that the Nazis lived, and you say let's displace them, and then after they will be far away from Israel, we will give them like uh, some kind of a way in order to denazify themselves. I would say, you know what? That's fine. The problem is, if we will just send 2 million Gazans to somewhere on the planet, let's say to Europe, to USA, to, I don't know, Scotland, to, I don't know, to where, would they be denazified there? No. You know why? Because they already have Nazi bases overseas. The Nazi bases are everywhere, not only in Gaza, in Europe, in USA, everywhere. And this is what you see in the media everywhere, these rages of Nazis everywhere. So basically, it's, yeah, we don't want to make a Dresden, like we don't want to kill them all, but we cannot even expel them because they will just go away to another place, and then they will use that base in order to perpetuate terror attacks from there, and they will export their terror into your country, exactly like Iran is doing with their proxies. Like Iran is using the same tactics, and it's creating proxies, and then it's inciting attacks against everyone, especially Israel, but not only Israel. So what can you do with such thing? You cannot just wait and say, you know what, it's not on my borders, so just let this monster grow. If you let it grow, it will come to you in the end. This is it. Nazism, man, you have to cut it off. It's a cancer.
So I just want to let's move on and listen to this guy, because otherwise we're never gonna get to the end of it. But I just read a news article here. It says that not more than 50 people were actually killed in that misfired Gaza bomb against the hospital, or the Hamas bomb against the hospital, or whoever fired it. Was it the Palestinian Islamic Jihad? Yeah, yeah. Not even 50, right? Maximum of 50 people. So, but of course the damage is done because everybody's going with the narrative, right? That's what sparked the second the second rallies across the world. They don't care about facts. They don't care about what actually happened. They just want to have a reason to rally for their cause to kill Jews. All right, let's move on.
I mean, the thing is, and I understand all, and I also heard Ben Shapiro talking about human shield. So you remember my wife's family, they live in Gaza. So I asked them, I told them, when Israel give you the nice warning, the cute warning, does Hamas force you to stay in your home so you can be bombed and use as human shield? You know what, Hassan here, my wife's cousin, he's a loser. He told me, when I asked him, does that happen? He told me, no. The lying son of a bitch lied to me. I told him, you don't understand. Ben Shapiro and Ron DeSantis keep saying that Israel warned you and Hamas asked you to stay put. So I told you, he's a loser. He never kept a job.
Okay, so if Hamas is not asking them to stay, all right, then why the fuck do they not run? Right? Now we have pictures. We have seen the fucking footage of flyers going around in Gaza saying "Get out." All right. So that is, of course, undisputed. But if you're gonna tell me that your relatives in Gaza are actually are actually not held hostage by Hamas, then what's stopping you from moving out?
He even failed in all of the interviews to become like a human shield. I would believe Ben Shapiro.
Let me ask you this,
so let's go with that. No. Let me ask you.
At some point, I must be able to ask you questions. It's not a monologue for you,
if we agree that for the 14,000 casualties I mean, who's counting, are human shield. Does that mean that every single one of those civilians was standing, obscuring a military target behind them? Because that's a lot of weapons. I mean, Hamas is packing.
No, of course it doesn't.
It-
And look, I
It doesn't. So
Hamas
there's
is
some
packing?
collateral
So
damage.
you agree that
Lots of
Hamas is
collateral
packing?
damage.
yes.
It's fine. Yeah, you kill some to save some, and then kill some more. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I
Well,
agree.
I would.
I
Let me
Yeah,
ask
yeah,
you
yeah, I
this.
agree. Yeah, that's exactly what Hamas is doing. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Again,
No,
it
no,
comes
no,
back-
no. He's trying to convey something which is completely not the case. So he just said, "Oh, you just kill some for nothing. You don't have any proof that ever happened, right? It doesn't have a proof that ever happened, but he just said it as it is. It's an evidence. It doesn't have. So I would just say all the numbers that come up out of Hamas. They say, oh, 14,000 children were killed. What is this number? How do you know this number is even credible? Like, if authenticate? What do you think? Like, every child that is dying in Gaza can be added up to this, no, like, to this count. It's you see what I'm saying? Just, there is no really way to know what's going on there. The thing is, the overall system, like, structure of Israel, is the democratic system, and the overall system of Hamas is a terrorist dictatorship. So within Israel, if within the army, people are just being ordered to just kill innocent civilians for fun, that will, so every soldier can just go to the media and say, "Oh, well, this is horrible. We're, like, our government told us that we need to just shoot innocent children. This is what we're doing all day long." But if it would have happened within Gaza, Hamas just completely controlling the narrative. You cannot just go on and say to the media whatever you want. You don't have multiple opinions within Gaza Strip. You just have one narrative, what Hamas is authorizing. So I don't even understand what he says. 40,000. It's exactly like what happened today with the hospital. Like, they just came up and say, "Oh, 500 people were killed. The hospital was blown up." You wake up in the morning, you see there is no there is no crater. The hospital is complete. It just one rocket that just landed in the parking site and killed maybe some dozens, and you don't know who. And it was also shot by like, it was a misguided shot by jihad, Islamic Jihad. It's not even it's not even something that was shot by the IDF. So if they can inflate numbers, they can just pop up numbers, and all the Western media are just regurgitating that bullshit, their story, and no one even needs to check them. And now we go into the media and start speaking about how many children Israel is killing, and we're not even raising the question about, like, how can we even start with authenticating what happened in reality. The whole conversation is not legit. It's a hoax.
Yeah, very much so. And look at his face, how he smiles, like, so pleased with himself.
Yeah,
Anyway,
yeah, man. This guy's a clown.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I said it before. Like, he reminds me of that movie, The Joker. You know? He's the Palestinian Joker.
When the world
Yes.
when the world decided it had to get rid of ISIS because of the appalling butchery they were carrying out, it
Yes.
did so by also killing, very sadly, a lot of civilians along the way by doing
Absolutely,
airstrikes
yes.
against places
But
which
killing
held
civilians are
ISIS
inevitable.
fighters.
You
So
said that in the
my
beginning.
point is,
It's inevitable.
yeah, but once
It's inevitable.
Israel has decided that they want to get rid of
Mhm.
Hamas, and Hamas is embedded with civilian population, I'm very concerned about
Yeah.
what's going to happen next. I've written a column tonight saying
Yeah,
I remember
absolutely.
the Iraq
And the
War,
thing
which
is,
I opposed. Right? I remember all this. So my question for
absolutely.
you is,
I know.
what would
I
you
know.
think would be an appropriate response by Israel to what happened?
These are
Oh
years
my
of
god! Again,
disproportionate
again, this
responses of
stupid
Israel.
shit.
Right.
Did it solve the solution? Did it solve the problem? Did it work before? So it will work. What will be the surprise this time? What will be the twist
Yeah,
that will
maybe
make
we
this
need
work
to
this time?
drop
What?
proportions and then end the problem. What do you think?
Yeah, exactly.
this
What will be
this
the?
is what you this. So you ask him what to do, and he does not answer. He's just raising some other
Yeah,
questions. He doesn't have the answer.
yeah, Israel. That's a common theme. Like every time I talk to somebody about Israel Palestine, like you know, prior to what happened, like years before, right? Like if like when I tell them, you know what, forget all this bullshit that happened before, right? Let's just sit down and ask, what's the solution? Like, what can we do, right? Well, like, forget about the past. Let's move forward. All right. So, right, you want to have peace. Israel wants to have peace. Right. What is the correct solution? What can people do? And you know what they do every fucking time. They ignore the future and they go back and play the victim game, or
They reroute the conversation to
yeah,
how all the conflict have started and all the
yeah,
atrocities that are being done and
yeah,
all the atrocities that and it doesn't really matter for them. They don't
yeah,
want the fixed
yeah.
solution.
That's
They just
because they
want to
don't try.
they just want to demonize Israel in order to incite. This is their whole tactic.
Yeah, the reason is because they don't see a future with Israel in it, right? They don't want to recognize that future. They don't want that future. That's
Yeah,
the
of
reason
course.
they can't answer that question.
And
Uh,
this is how you know this is how you know someone is a Hamas supporter when you see this kind of mindset. Israel will if he thinks that's it, the Jews are very wrong, none of them are good, all of them are evil. Um, there will be no Israel from the river to the sea. This is it. So you're going to Chicago, you see people saying from the river to the sea. You see this is ISIS on your land. This is ISIS on your land.
yeah. All right, let's see.
Different this time. Seriously, I mean, like this is only the last 15 years. I mean, because it's too many papers. I just got this. But how will this will be different? And the thing is, I am so glad in the introduction that you mentioned the Iraq War. I applaud you, Pierce, for saying that because you were honest about it. You said that spreading lies like WMDs made people
Like
look
the
at those people as
Palestinians and
less of humans,
Pallywood
and they would accept
and
the death of a
KGB
million Iraqi,
and
whether by
Hamas.
No, I agree.
sanctions or by invasion, right? You are a good man. This is amazing. And you know
Well,
what is
you're not.
similar? Is when you spread the lies of 40 decapitated babies, although it was refuted. So what happens when people
Did you catch that? Did you catch what he just said?
Yeah. This is the same thing. You remember I sent you
Hold on.
the the
Let's
girl from Ontario that
one
completely
second. One
denied
second.
that
One
all
second.
the atrocities that Hamas did.
Israeli. 1 second. 1 second.
Go on.
Let's play that again. Listen to what he's saying.
look at those people as less of humans, and they would accept the death of a million Iraqi, whether by
No, I agree.
sanctions or by invasion, right? You are a good man. This is amazing. And you know what is similar? Is when you spread the lies of 40 decapitated babies, although it was refuted. So what happens when people
Okay, so he condemned Hamas. He says he hates Hamas. And then he says that 40 decapitated babies burned alive was refuted. Okay? How is this guy?
I think the only thing that was refuted is the number. Like maybe the number was an exaggeration, but it doesn't mean that there were no burned babies.
There
That's
were
it.
burned. Okay, again. Let's go through this, all right? There were burned babies. There were beheaded babies. On top of that, even though that's horrible enough, on top of that, there are a lot of people dead because of what Hamas did. They were shooting civilians.
Yeah, hostages, injured, all
Yeah,
that stuff.
let's go for it one by one. They went into a festival, right? Uh, whereas I know a guy who got killed in that festival, another one who got taken hostage from that festival, right? I know I know two of them, right? Not personally, right? But from online, right? I talked to them online. Yes, right. And then uh, we see all the footage coming out by their own GoPro cameras. What they did, we see them just going and shooting people randomly. We see how they treat their captives. We see how they spit on a rape victim. Yeah, she was. Listen, there's no proof she was raped, but I don't need proof. Like we know what the fuck these people are doing, right? We see how they treat how these animal treats their captives. We see all this, and this guy has the guts to say
They
it was.
actually live broadcast all the horrors and bragged about it. What what do you need more than that?
They think what they think is if we can
They
refute
think
even.
everyone are morons. That's what they think.
No. They think if they can refute the numbers of burned babies or decapitated babies, if they can refute that some of it, right, some of it was not accurate, then everything is false. Like, are you
Yeah,
crazy?
you bring them like a whole like list of atrocities that were being done, and if they find a little detail that is not completely accurate, that's it. The whole thing is not correct, and they
Yeah,
think it's an actual argument. This is what they do.
yeah. Again, like, they were cheering, they were supporting, they were cheering for it. All of them were cheering, they were supporting, they were happy about it, right? They wanted it to happen. And now it's been 2 fucking weeks, not even 2 weeks. Today, 2 weeks today, right? And it's already so disinformed, so much manipulation already. It's crazy. I mean, did you see that stupid, stupid thing they posted about, they manipulated it by AI and it was supposed to be a dog? Did you see that stupid shit?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like, yeah, Hamas don't care about human lives. Like, why would it be
Wait. My
above them?
question would be, yeah, but my question would be, who made the AI? Like Hamas did, because they broadcasted it in their channel. So
Yeah, I mean, why would it be above them to decapitate and burn babies, right? Like, why would it be above them? Like, yeah, I mean, they rape, they kill, yeah, nothing says it's above them. Like, what? And this is crazy. This guy, he puts a smiley face on and
There
says,
are some things I can tell you, but maybe are not fully appropriate for.
"Are you talking, Israeli?"
Wait just a minute.
Uh, couldn't hear you. Okay, let's move on.
People hear that, killing babies is horrible. But when you say decapitated 40 babies, you are planting a certain image
Well, who
with
has
a
said
certain
that?
trigger in people's mind.
Who has said
Huh?
that? Who has said
Who
40?
has said that?
Who
You
has
have
said
said
that?
40 decapitated.
Who has said
You
that?
have repeat
No, I haven't.
what?
I've never said that.
You haven't.
Okay, this is where I think Pierce. I don't know why he's like, I didn't say that. Like, so what if you said it, right? Let's say it was 25 burned babies and 15 decapitated, or vice versa. Or, like, you understand the number here doesn't really matter, right?
Yeah,
You had,
it changes everything, right? Like,
yeah,
oh, if Israelis only have 25 beheaded babies, so you just have to live with it. That's it. They don't have anything to say. Like 25 beheaded babies is a regular annual price for living next to Muslims. What do you think?
yeah.
Just, come on, man! Like
It's
we
the
have
jizya.
to
Yeah,
get
it's the
we
jizya.
have to yeah. Just 25. You're 10 million. Why do you need this 25 babies? That's it. Uh, and
Yeah.
you, you know what gets me like annoyed, like the most annoyed? I can just trace those people whenever the bomb is hitting Gaza, and suddenly a flood of zombies coming and say, "Oh, it's so horrible. The children are dying. You don't have any heart. How do you do that?" And you ask them like, "Where were you? Where were you last week when Hamas beheaded babies and stuff like that? You were cheering." The same person who say to me right now, I don't have emotions. I'm. They tell us like we don't have hearts. It's what kind of a psychological nasty game they are trying to use. And you know what? I really think they believe themselves. A lot of them are just totally brainwashed by that. It's some kind of a hypnosis.
Maybe,
Uh,
maybe. Yeah.
yeah, very
Well,
bad, very bad.
Said on your show 40
No,
decapitated babies?
never.
Ben Shapiro didn't say it.
No,
Ron DeSantis didn't say
nobody
it.
has said.
Okay, Pierre,
No, they
nobody
haven't.
said it.
No,
Oh, okay. Maybe
I
I am
don't know
wrong.
why Pierce
Decapitated.
is
yeah,
Here's the
you're
thing.
wrong. I've never
The
said that.
thing. What happened? Yeah.
like
No,
what?
you're wrong.
Like I don't
But the
understand
thing is,
why he would be ashamed even if he said it. Like I don't get it.
when
Yeah, but
Iraq, the thing is,
why he? If you see, there is the whole thing of all the atrocities that are being done, but yet this clown is trying to focus on the number 40, like it even make any difference. This is what you say, right? Like
Yeah.
it doesn't really matter who say 40. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
the same thing is happening in Iraq. Ben Shapiro once tweeted, not even about Gaza, about the West Bank, when Israel continued to build the illegal settlement. He said, 2017, Israel likes to build things, and Arabs, not Palestine, not Hamas.
Israeli, you need to mute yourself. There's some echo in the background.
Yeah, sorry,
That's fine.
I will.
As Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage.
Yeah, I thought that was
Galant,
very
the
vile thing to
Israeli
say.
the Israeli defense the Israeli defense minister, he said those are human animals. And the thing is, Ben Shapiro should know better because
Well, that's
long
true.
before the Holocaust,
I mean, of course, that's true. Okay,
before
before
Jewish people were
here's
thrown in the
something
gas
interesting.
chambers, the Nazi propaganda called them
Let
rats.
me go back.
Now, as I said, those are human.
Okay, so he's gonna do a bait and switch here. Israeli. I don't know if you've seen this before, but this is gonna be something to talk about.
Human animals. And the thing is, Ben Shapiro should know better because, long before the Holocaust, before Jewish people were thrown in the gas chambers, the Nazi propaganda called them rats. Now, as a human being, I will never accept that another human being being thrown into a gas chamber, but a rat, kill 10, kill 1,000, 3,500. They are son of a bitch. They are human animals who live in open sewage and decapitate babies. And because of that propaganda, Mr. Morgan, that guy in Illinois, the 71 years old guy, he killed, stabbing the 6 years old Palestinian kid in Illinois 26 times. And he used to play.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? Yes, we have condemned about this guy in Illinois. We already condemned him, and the propaganda is not against Muslim. It's rightly saying that Islam is the cause here, and we can see that Muslims worldwide supports what Hamas did, right? We can see that Muslims worldwide support Jew hatred, and they are very happy if Israel ceases to exist. That's not propaganda. That's facts. Now, again, the 71-year-old guy, does not represent me or Israeli. This guy was a lunatic, all right? And he killed a boy, all right? We're against killing children here, not like you, asshole. Uh, so we condemn that. Yeah, sorry it happened, right? Here's the thing. Maybe if Muslims went going around shouting Allahu Akbar committing terrorism, uh, chanting death to Jews, being absolute assholes, and fueling their global ummah with hate and hostile takeover and demanding laws for themselves and thinking they are better than everybody else, maybe then people wouldn't have a problem with Islam, right? But because the ideology of Islam, it's not a religion, it's an ideology, tells everybody that follows this stupid religion that terrorism is the way to go, that everybody should be subjugated, and that you should be killed in battle, even if you're a young child, because you will go to heaven and I don't know, have 72 whores in an orgy. that's that's why we have these problems, right? Here's the thing: he's talking about the Holocaust, right? And he's saying, well, the propaganda against Jews, right, made people think that yeah, they're not human. Hey, asshole, what do you think the Palestinians, Islam, and Hamas have in common? Ve- Jew hatred. Who is calling people rats?
Well, yeah,
Right?
he's equating the Israeli side to the Nazis. You understand
Yeah,
what he's trying to say? No,
yeah,
the Hamas are the side of the Nazis.
yeah,
They incite their children within their schools to hate every Jew and to basically dehumanize you. And I actually sent you. There is a fatwa that came up yesterday from Egypt that they just say every resident of Israel is part of the Zionist movement. There are no innocent people in Israel whatsoever. Everyone is part of the. Everyone is a soldier basically in Israel according to Islam. So who is inciting here? So according to them, from from the very beginning of your life, you're being taught that the Jews, all of them are not innocent, that they should be killed, and everything you can harm them in any way, it's good. You can rape them, you can kill them, you can slaughter them, and this what actually happened 2 weeks ago, right? This is what happens 2 weeks ago in our holiday. This is this explain the brutality not of one child in the USA, of thousands of people in a few hours were slaughtered in the most horrible way, being burned and all that stuff. It's only not because one person say incited against Jews. It's a systematic incitement, exactly like the Nazis did. And I would say that better than the Nazis. It's not better, but it's like it's worse than the Nazis. They are worse than the Nazis. The Nazis were proud of them.
yeah. That's very true. And again, the thing is this, right? Because a lot of times, people have been comparing Islamophobia with, anti-Semitism, right? They will say that, well, this is the common thing that they usually say that, yeah, this is a white supremacy trope, talking about Islamophobia, and this is how the Nazis started, portraying people as evil. Well, there's a big difference here, all right? Because again, Hitler himself said many times that he liked Islam. Hitler had the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem living in Germany, and they were friends and abiding each other of how to get rid of Jews. And again, the whole religion is based on terrorism, subjugation, warfare, and eternal domination. So, yeah, that's the difference. And yeah, I know it's gonna come, right? Not between us two, but I know like this argument is gonna come up. What about all the other religions? What about Jews? They have bad things in their book too. Yes, sure, but it's you know what? It's not like they are saying according to Deuteronomy, we're gonna kill you all. Right? It's not like
Yeah, yeah. So Deuteronomy say that you need to kill X, Y, Z. So this is why you see Jews all over the world going on killing arbitrary people, right? In the name of Deuteronomy, right? So
yeah,
this is where their mind is detached from the actual
yeah, yeah.
conversation. We are speaking about actual people that are being slaughtered in front of our eyes every day in the name of your stupid book. What how we don't care about theoretical comparisons of religions. That's only the job of stupid woke academies. We don't care about all this stuff. I don't seriously, to be honest, I don't care what Islam has to say. If they were just doing their stuff, believing in fairy tales within their mosques, and I wouldn't care if they believe whatever they want. Seriously, the moment they get out of their mosque, incited and harm society, this is where I go back into their books and tell them, look what your book is telling you to kill other people. So they come to me and say, oh, but your book also tells you to kill other people. Look at this. Yeah, but you don't see me killing, right? So maybe, and I understand that this loophole can get you into.
Israel, I will tell you one thing. Here. I will ask you one thing. Uh, if an IDF soldier, if he dies, right, in combat, what do you think his final words would be?
Um, I would say it differs. Like that, like Israel is a very like diverse.
No, no, I understand, but what do you think? What do you think the final
Yeah,
words would
well,
be?
like, again, you understand that Israel, they're not only Jews, like also
No, no, yeah,
Christians,
yeah.
Muslims,
But okay, okay. What do you think?
secular atheists, a lot of people.
Doesn't matter. What do you think an IDF soldier's final words would be if he's killed in combat?
Okay, let's say he's saying a verse, maybe say Shema Israel, like the Shema, you know that, right? Oh, listen, O Israel, God is one. Or maybe we'll say another thing. I don't know.
Yeah, okay. Let me ask you this: do you think that uh, he would ask his friend to say, "Tell my wife I love her," or "Tell my kids I love her," or something like that? Do you think that would be, you know, unprecedented to assume?
Yeah. Okay. So if he has the time to say like a speech, yeah, you probably would. And we actually have a lot of recorded um, things that happened like this from the what happened 2 weeks ago. A lot of
Mm,
people sent to their families through like the phone or told them and say, "Oh, we are going to get killed. Like we love you, we love the kids." That's
mm.
it. A lot of them did it. And yeah, yeah. Okay, you want? I understand your point. Like they
Yeah.
act
So
with the
let me make my point.
natural,
Let me make my point.
humanistic.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me make my point. My point is the final word of a jihadi, what I call it Hamas or whatever, is La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. Right? That's the
Right,
final.
it's like he's in a game. He must say it because
Yeah, yeah. So he can get to heaven, right? He has
this
to
is the
say it.
password. This is the
Yeah.
password to have. If you don't say it, you don't get.
That's the
You get
secret. Yeah,
stuck.
exactly.
You get stuck. You get
Secret level
stuck in.
password. Yeah, secret level
You
password.
get you get stuck like in between, and then you need to.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay.
That was my point. That like only these jihadis, idiots, right? Like you say, right? So zombies. They are trained that they have to say the secret level passage so they can get to heaven if they kill in combat. They don't give a fuck about anything else. The secret, this last thing they want to say before they die is La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. Yeah, yeah. It's so
Yeah,
stupid.
I would. Okay, I don't like Islam at all. I would say some people would say the same verses, but they would give them like much more like accepted perspective. They won't say, "Oh, this shahada thing is." Um, all the Muslims who basically against Salafis, they say, "Oh, we deny Salafism." So they will say, "Oh, it's about spirituality," and for me, it's the same bullshit. But at least they do not. They when they say the shahada, they do not think about how do I kill a person before it says. They have a different intention on these.
Yeah. Well, anyway, my point is this. My point was what I was trying to say was this: that there's a program to follow to get to heaven in Islam. You say that so that you get to heaven in Islam, and you program to say that, and that's very different from any other religion out there, right? Like it. I'm trying to make this. I'm trying to like try to explain this every time that Islam is an ideology, right? More than a religion. So if you have other people who are religious, right? They can read chapters of their books. They don't need to follow them. And when they say a prayer or something like that, if they die, it's not the same thing as saying, the Shahada, right? it's it's also not that they have to say it before they die. All right, they can choose to say it, but a lot of people do not choose to say it. They choose to think about their loved ones before they die, right? Whereas these
But
assholes are
but
just
I
thinking
want
about one thing: go
again.
to
But I
heaven and
want.
get their hories.
But as I said before, let's say someone will come up with a religion that tells you must say blah 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 before you die, and suddenly like you have like millions of people, all of them are like strictly saying that before they die. But when you ask them, like, why do you say it? So they will come up with some kind of reasoning because our soul is being cleaned by it, and then it's prepared to the other world or something. I don't know what. I don't care if they believe it. Why would I care? So many religions. The problem is starting when he says that he thinks he's close to God, but he's holding a fucking knife that he just slaughtered a baby a second ago. This is the problem. This is the major problem. Like the
Yeah,
the
yeah, and and let's be clear. And let's be
immorality
clear
that is
about
being
this.
justified,
Yeah,
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 by the religion.
yeah. Let's be clear about this. Allah in the Quran, indeed, justifies and condones killing the enemy by any means possible, right?
Yeah,
I
it's
think it's
Surah
very
9, right?
yeah, well, it's yeah. I mean, it's all over. It's not just Surah 9, but it's I mean, including killing children, all right? Including killing children. I mean, they don't care. They don't give a fuck. Yeah. And by the way, let me ask you one other thing here, Israeli. Have you ever heard these past 2 weeks any of these assholes who supports Palestine? Um, uh, the condolences or any thoughts, about the hostages taken? Like, do you see any care from these people about the hostages taken? Do you see them care about it whatsoever? I don't.
And no, I will tell you. I will tell you why. Because think about it. When you speak about the war is ongoing, so the war has multiple topics, right? It has like what happened on the days Hamas attacked, and then what happened with the hostages, and then you can ask what happens with the rockets to civilian, that are being shot to Israeli cities, and then you have all the bombings that are being dropped by the IDF on Gaza after that as a reaction. Like the word reaction is very important, but they don't say the word reaction. Then you have casualty, like human casualty, and every part of the world. Palestinians, like Al Jazeera, like all this propaganda machine, they always focus only only on the casualties and on the bombings. That's what they care. You always see them speak about that and exaggerating numbers, making up all kind of different claims about Israel's intention. They don't want to tell the Gazans to go to the south because they want to drop more bombs there, and like they creating all kind of conspiracies without evidence. But in a way, they only speak about that, and they never say the word reaction, or Israel have to react. Israel has to find a solution for a security threat. They will never actually bring up the logic that got us to that conflict. Um, if you actually ask them about it, you say, "Yeah, but why do you think Israel is bombing you? Because you like Hamas did something wrong." Of course, they will say everything that Hamas did is justified because you are the oppressor, and Hamas can do whatever he wants because he is just freedom fighter. This is how they call them. But if you insist that no, but this is a reaction, like Israel is a recognized country regardless of what your stupid religion says, and it has the right to defend itself according to international laws, then what they will try to do, if they are like pushed to the wall, they will say something like, "Yeah, but last month Israeli made a provocation on this mosque or this," and they will go all over again to 48 and what happened. So in the end, Israel has started the whole thing. So everything that Hamas did is only a reaction. So you see the problem here, that they try to play with who is the aggressor here and who is only reacting, even though it's very easy to see that Israel don't really want to go hard into this conflict, and Hamas is doing the best that he can in order to create like to create the terror attack, and Israel has to basically react every time. Um, when we speak about it, they always reversing it as if Israel is aggressing it and Hamas has to react. This is how they portrayed it. Yeah, so it's. But again, we never speak about any of the details regarding what Hamas did. All the time, we speak about the casualties in Gaza. Like someone.
Israel. I think it's even more sinister than that, to be honest. Because we've seen that people have been trying to put up what do you call them again? Flyers. They put up flyers of those who are kidnapped and missing, right? And we see how people are actually tearing them down. All right, we've seen Somali Muslimas in London, right, tearing them down. We see a fucking Nazi scumbag, I don't know, socialist, whatever, in I don't know, somewhere in America, tearing it down. Right, we see that on campuses. They're tearing it down. Right, they don't want this. Uh, they don't want to aid to the fact that Israel could be seen as victims in this. They don't. They want to face that. I mean, these are these Hamas supporters, right? They want to make sure that these hostages are not talked about. They want to make. They know they exist. They don't give a fuck about them. They don't care how Hamas treats them. They want to make sure that people forget about them. That's what I think.
Yeah, because it changes the whole thing. Imagine if you go over the street and you see a man, and then you see someone that is um, um, grabbing him and uh, putting a handcuff on his hand, and this man tells you, "Oh, he is arresting me. He's taking me. I didn't do anything." So you say, "Okay, who is the victim here?" Obviously, the one who is being attacked. But if if um, if you add to the context that, yeah, you know what happened 5 minutes ago, this man just I don't know, harassed a little child and he's actually a pedophile. So, oh, it changes the whole thing. Of course, this man has to be arrested. So, this is what I'm trying to say. They always say, oh, Israel cutting off supplies, Israel cutting the electricity, Israel cutting off the water, Israel is doing this, Israel is doing that. But, like, adding to the context of, yeah, you just beheaded babies, raped innocent women, and you holding babies and children in Gaza right now as hostages. It's changing the whole thing. Like, people are speaking about humanitarian aid. Why it's like humanitarian aid should be conditioned with and just like returning the hostages, maybe? What do you think? First of all, give us all the hostages. This is it. So this is why they're trying to remove all the pictures of the hostages, because they want to create an equation where it looks like they did nothing and Israel is just coming and bombing them. It's like there is no context for it.
And again, it's been 2 weeks and it's already like so massive. Okay, listen, we've been on for 2.5 hours, and yeah, it's almost halfway through.
I have a lot of things in my heart, like
I
you
understand.
said.
No, that's
I
fine.
should
That's fine.
put it.
Really, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. But I'm just. I don't think I'm gonna play it all, but I think the thing I wanted to cover, what he said, has been covered. I think halfway through he's gonna have a break, and then the rest of it is just gonna be bullshit. But let's. Yeah, we can continue. Just
Yeah, okay.
let's play a little bit more here.
Play with him. They used to be friends, but he went in, marching into their apartment, stabbing his mother and killing him, shouting, "All Muslims could die."
Yeah.
It took you 80 years to change one word
At
from
least he
Jewish
showed Allahu Akbar.
to Muslim, and then you transferred your guilt to us and took away our land.
Bassem, let me ask you
Yeah,
a
That
question.
deal sucks, man.
They
Let me
took
ask you-
away our land. They transferred the guilt to us.
Yeah. Again, there is no context. It's not like as
Look at his
Muslims
face.
has not
Wait.
just
Look at his
killed
face.
millions of people
Look at
and
his
then
face.
people incite against Muslims.
Look at
Like
his face.
people just incite against Muslims. There is no context. Nothing preceded it, right?
Dude,
This is the problem.
Israeli. Look at his face. that should be the poster. For
Yeah. You know, it looks like I'm going to say bullshit right now, and that's it. This is why I'm here.
Yeah.
Question.
Ask
How do
Yahya.
we get from where we are now to peace?
Oh, like it was like he was like actually.
Yeah, he dropped the bomb. He dropped the bomb.
Yeah. Let's see what he said.
Well, first of all, you need to change the perception. Nikki
Okay, going
Haley,
back
the
again.
American presidential candidate, said, "We are in Israel in this because it's a fight between evil, good and evil. Now, if you already decided someone is good, he can do no evil. And if you decided
No,
someone is evil,
no. That's not how it works. No. So, yes, we decided who is evil based on your actions. Now, yeah, sure, there might be a day where Israel does something wrong, and guess what? The world will call out for it. But it's not this day, right? It's not today. Don't worry about it.
it's good to kill them. Killing them is good. You see, and the thing is,
Yeah,
it is
yeah,
not
yeah.
like
I agree. Killing terrorists is a good thing because they need to be stopped.
Yeah, I think also. I think it's a very good thing because you're doing the world a favor. You get rid of people who are just doing pure evil, raising their children to hatred. This is like, what could be a better thing to do?
Yeah.
something new. I mean, I look at history and I see. I'm sorry to say, and I'm sorry to say that, but Westerners has always dealt like this with indigenous people. You first
Mm.
treated them like
So now it's the
savages,
West fault.
Native American, First Nation, Aboriginal. They're
It's going to
savages.
natives.
Kill all the savages, and then when they're almost extinct, you start feeling sorry for them. Like animals.
Isn't that what Muhammad did? Isn't that exactly what Muhammad did? Though? That's the funny thing, right? These guys never understand that it can be backfired on them. So Muhammad made sure that he expelled all Jews in the Arabian Peninsula, and there would be nobody standing unless they were Muslim. And then Omar, all right, the Omar, when he conquered Jerusalem, allegedly felt sorry that there was no Jews left, and he ordered them to come back in, of course, as dhimmis, all right, and was made sure that they would be seen as second class citizens with zero rights. So yeah, who are you to talk, man? Go ahead, man.
Yeah, like everything that is trying to blame anyone else, Islam is done in a much higher magnitude, right? Like, think about it.
Yeah, yeah, that's the thing, right? He should get off his high horse. He's in no position to call out the West for the atrocities of the past. And by the way, what the fuck does that have to do with what we're talking about right now? Yeah.
So maybe the
It's
solution
pure
is
whataboutism. It's pure whataboutism. When you don't have anything to protect yourself, you just go on and attack. You say, "Oh, you Westerners, you already did some bad things, so
Hmm.
that's it. All the things that you may claim upon us, like you also are bad. So why should we fix anything about ourselves?
Hmm.
That's whataboutism. That's it.
And also remember what I said when Piers Morgan did the thing that we were talking about. Like, let's talk about the future. How does peace look? And then he goes back and talks about what happened 300 years ago.
Yeah, he didn't propose any. He didn't
Yeah,
propose any path to peace that you
yeah,
see. He just
yeah.
just say, "Oh, we are bad. You also bad. So if we won't change your perspective, we will not be able to. There is no solution, basically."
Yeah. Mm.
that we kill as many Palestinians as possible, so the few of them that remains do not bother you. And maybe
You keep
Netanyahu, when
talking
he
about
lives
as if
I mean, he has a point, right? He does have a point in this one
Wait.
because
I say it's only partial, not only Palestinian. Everyone who supports the Palestinian case is Palestinian for that matter. So yeah, if you kill everyone who is Salafi all over the world, it will increase peace overall. Like, he has a point.
yeah. No, I mean, listen, if you have terrorists across the world, right? And yes, you try to say that they are not terrorists, Mr. Bassam, but they are, and they are actually fueling the fire here. I mean, if you actually kill them and subjugate them, then yeah, I mean, then you would have peace, right? Like, what is there not to understand about that, right? Now the thing is, people don't want to do that, and it's not like the false equivalency here is, well, you see us as rats and you want to exterminate us so that only a few rats will remain and not bother us and they can be in a zoo. No, that's not what it is, right? I have to admit, as much as I hate to admit it, that Muslims are humans too, even though they act like zombies. Sadly enough, we have enough DNA to show us that yes, we are the same species. So we know that these humans are actually capable, and this is what really is the most disheartening thing. We know that these people have brains and they're capable of using them, and do better than just shouting Allahu Akbar and blowing themselves up and chanting for those who do that. That's the difference. That's the reason why we are so appalled when we see another human doing this shit, right? We question ourselves, what the fuck do you need? Uh, what kind of indoctrination can lead a person to become this way, right? Like everybody's asking themselves, like, what kind of fucking sick people are we dealing with here? What's the solution to this? And your solution is, let's go back and talk about the Indians or the Native Americans. Yeah, I don't know. Any thoughts before I move on?
I don't know. We're repeating the same thing. Like Muslims will never admit that. They will never admit that there is a problem with them, right? So, or with their way. So it's like we cannot say to them. Um, we cannot say to them anything that they will feel that they have some. Uh, I think I'm already a little bit tired. Okay, go on.
Yeah,
Continue.
all right, sure.
Yeah,
For
but
another
Bassem,
100
let me
years,
just challenge
he'll
you on this.
become a tree hugger.
Let me
a
just
tree
challenge you
hugger,
on this.
and he will campaign
All right, listen.
for
You
preserving the three
you keep
Palestinian
talking
land.
about
Yeah, go-
Westerners like me. Okay, so let me return the favor. Okay, Hamas is dedicated to the complete eradication of Jewish people.
I am not the spokesman for Hamas.
not saying you are.
Why do you keep?
I'm not saying
I'm
you
not
are.
the spokesman.
Wait. Of course he is a spokesman for Hamas. Like he just did it for the entire show. Fuck off. I'm not a spokesman for Hamas, so why didn't you just condone whatever they did and say fuck Gaza Strip and that's it? What was all of it from the beginning?
Yeah, no, he did, but of course he didn't. Like he pretended he did, but he didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he did, and then he exaggerated it, and he made it look like, oh, you're forcing me to condemn him, so of course, yeah, I will just exaggerate it. But in the end, it looks like he's trying to condemn them, but then has some kind of
Yeah.
exclusions. Oh yeah, but not so much.
Yeah, that's actually good. Yeah, I condemn him, but not so much.
Them.
Bassem,
Fuck Hamas.
Kusum
Hamas.
No,
Are
no.
you happy?
You're missing my point. You're talking.
Kusuma Hamas. Are you happy? Like, no, because
Oh,
you have
he just say Kusama Kamas. He just say
Yeah,
that. Can you repeat it? Can you repeat it? I actually like it.
Yeah, but
I fucking hate them.
Bassem,
Fuck Hamas. Kusum Hamas.
No,
Are
no.
you happy?
You're missing my point.
Wait. We have to capture it and make like a meme out of it.
I'm saying you are.
Why do you keep?
I'm not saying
I'm
you
not their
are.
spokesman.
You're talking
I
to
fucking
me.
hate them.
Bassem,
Fuck Hamas. Kusum Hamas.
No,
Are
no.
you happy?
You're missing my point.
Are you happy? No, I'm not happy. I will be happy when they get
it.
it.
He doesn't mean it. Yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't mean it.
Yeah. And you know what? Hamas. Yeah, Hamas don't even care that he say that because they know that he's doing takia right now. It's also yeah. They say, oh, he after that will speak with the Hamas and say, why did you say Kusama Hamas? No one will say it to him. Say, oh, good for you that you make takia with stupid Westerners.
No, but the thing is, he's playing to their tropes, right? I mean, he's saying that, oh, it's been debunked about these children and and all that. Then, like, why would you say Kuzumak Hamas. Like you agree with them.
Yeah, like it sounds
Are you
like
say- are you saying- are you
it
saying-
sound
wait,
it
wait, wait.
already sounds like they're doing something wrong.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I think he's saying Kuzumak Hamas, because he wasn't there to fight, right? Like he was like left. He was left to make this stand-up comedian bullshit that's not even funny, right? Instead of being a shaheed. That's what I like. That's what it sounds to me like. He's saying
Yeah,
Kuzumak
yeah.
Hamas
He
because
said
he's not allowed
Kusama
to
Hamas, why didn't you call me also to be part of this raid? I wanted
Yeah,
also
exactly.
to loot
Yeah.
something.
Kuzumak Hamas. Yeah, I'm gonna be a shaheed.
Yeah.
What is this?
In a
Okay.
generalized way about people in the West who always talk about Arabs as savages. I don't.
No. I'm talking
I never
about
have.
America. About
I actually
Western
led the
media. I'm talking
campaign.
about West.
I led the
I'm-
media campaign
listen,
in this
when-
country against the Iraq War. Okay, so I don't
You are
see.
you.
I
You
don't
are
see
one of
people in the
good
Middle
ones,
East as
Piers.
savages.
You
But what
are
I would
one
say
of the
is,
good ones.
but what I
I
would
am
say
not
is,
talking about you. You're great.
no, it's not about me
You're
being great.
amazing.
It's
We
about,
love you.
It's
Wallah.
about, it's about.
Wallahi.
Did you see that?
Yeah,
I don't-
he
you-
just created a strawman here.
No.
you see-
Yeah. Beside that, no. Look.
You.
I don't
you are
see
one
people
of
in
the
the
good
Middle
ones,
East as
Piers.
savages.
You
But what
are
I would
one
say
of the
is,
good ones.
but what I
I
would
am
say
not
is,
talking about you. You're great.
no, it's not about me
You're
being great.
amazing.
It's
We
about,
love you.
it's
Wallah.
about,
You saw that?
get your smelly keys out of there. We don't need your keys.
I mean, I wonder, like, he's saying he's a stand-up comedian. I have to give it to him. That was actually funny. We love you, bye. Mwah.
Yeah. It's also tequila. It's also tequila. They will behead him whenever possible.
We love
you know that,
mwah.
right?
By
Yeah.
the way,
And
just stab me in the back.
yeah. By the way, when we will take UK, you will get hanged. We love you. This is so fun.
it's about the way Hamas behaved on October the 7th was like savages, like a pack of savages. It was the worst atrocity against Jewish people since the
Yes.
Holocaust. There has to be
Of course.
a response. And my
They should
question
be
for you is,
eradicated.
my
They
question
should
for you
be
is,
killed until the last
notwithstanding
one
the
of
history,
them.
Bassem, what is the proportionate response?
But I don't know. But there's no Hamas in the West Bank, and they're still dying there. So what's your excuse?
That's false. They are.
I don't have any excuse.
Yeah, this is false, and he take advantage over this Pierce, how he's called, interviewer, which
Yeah.
does not know the facts. He's taking
Yeah.
advantage. It's like it's a complete lie.
Yeah, that's a contact.
And they are not dying in sufficient numbers to be honest. Like they don't die so much. The numbers are small. We're speaking about a population of millions. I don't know how many. And he speaks about like a few dozens that die in a year. Which it's in Mexico, like the number is I think 20 or 30 from criminal activities. Yeah, just think about how low it is. When considering you have a Nazi population.
Right.
Okay. What's your explanation? Sorry. My earpiece went down.
I
Okay.
listen. I don't make any pretense that this hasn't been a massive problem.
Okay.
Between Palestine and Israel,
yeah.
going back to the mid 40s. We all know this, right?
I'm yeah. Pierce.
Yeah,
listen.
Pierce.
I'm not saying that you're making excuses, but if you are adopting a certain point of view, you have to at least defend it.
I hate to say it, but it's like the Hamas dressed up a monkey.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pierce, ya Pierce, ya Habib. Ya Pierce.
يا بيرس يا حبيبي we're not
Ya
terrorists.
Pierce, ya Habibi.
Promise we're not terrorists يا حبيبي.
I'm telling you, there is no Hamas in the West Bank. What is the excuse? Not your excuse. What is the excuse to kill those people?
Well,
So he's pretending like the best bankers are all like Swedes, like all of them are just like peaceful. What is the pretension here? I don't understand. Like the PLO is all peaceful. Like, what is going on here?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Go to the web. Let's see what happens to a Jew which will go alone into Ramallah. What do you think happened? We have two Jews that accidentally got into Ramallah 20 years ago. They were both lynched in the most horrible way. We have the photos, we have the videos of it. Just lynched them on daylight, full of blood, like savages. Oh, it wasn't Ramallah. It was not in Gaza, right? The same people, the same bullshit, the same crap.
I think I understand why he call himself a
Comedian.
Yeah, because he's
Yeah.
unintentionally funny and he's so stupid. You know, he's like full of shit. You laugh at his stupidity. Yeah.
Yeah, and this person Pierce, he's falling to the Westerners have this kind of inclinations towards being nice, and they don't understand when they see when they speak with a piece of shit like like this comedian. You don't need to be nice to everyone. Like you need to defend your honor. Like, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Be nice with the person who is who deserves it. Like, they do not deserve to be nice. They deserve to be put in place. Like, you suppose terrorism. I won't be nice with you. I won't try to make you feel good in the conversation. I will frame you as much as possible, and I will make the audience see how shit of a person you and your people are.
Yeah, that's what he fails at, right? That's what
Yeah, he's not a good interviewer. He's not asking the right questions. It's very convenient to be on this.
He asked one good question, right? He asked one good question.
What is the problem? What is the solution to the problem? Yeah. But again, he's not
push on it.
He's not framing. He needs to frame. He needs to push it over him.
He needs to push on it, and now he's just derailed it, right? He didn't answer it at all. He went to something completely different. Yeah.
Because this comedian, again, this is what I told you. He's always pushing the narrative to the places which is more convenient to him, and the interviewer should push it to the hard questions. He's not doing it. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Proportionality is one that.
No. Answer my question. I've been answering your question. You answered mine.
It's actually not my job to answer your questions.
Okay, not you.
Oh, you see, it's not my job to answer your
You know
question.
what? This is a common theme. This is a common theme on his show. I've been watching, all these Palestinian assholes coming on his show every single fucking time, right? They act like they run the show, and then he's like, "This is my show." What's he? They're shocked. They're like, "Oh, wait, yeah." Let's do that again.
Pierce, listen. I'm not saying that you're making excuse, but if you are adopting a certain point of view, you have to at least defend it. I'm telling you, there is no Hamas in the West Bank. What is the excuse? Not your excuse. What is the excuse to kill those people?
Well, listen. This question of proportionality is one that.
No. Answer my question. I've been answering your question. You answer mine.
It's actually not my job to answer your questions.
Okay.
And this is the most stupid question. This is the most stupid question. Like, he asked the stupid. Why did it like someone is going there and just killing them without any excuse? Like, what is the excuse to just kill those people?
I really should do like you said, make a meme out of this, like compile it, because there's some funny bits in this.
Answering your question, you answer mine.
It's actually not my job to answer your questions.
Okay, not.
that face, man. You know what? Like, sometimes he actually is funny. I mean, that face the expression was good.
Not your job. I agree with you.
I'm more interested in you, who has family in Gaza, who's an Egyptian in the Middle East, right? I'm more interested in what you have to say.
Okay, I'm telling you. I think Hamas is the problem. Okay,
right
now let's say Hamas is removed. let's Hamas. Yeah, yeah, I'm agreeing with everything. يا
Now it's
بص,
gonna be the
you
West
want me
Bank.
to condemn Hamas? I will condemn Hamas, Hummus, Hassan, everybody. Guys,
Hummus and Hassan, huh?
so wait, I can't hear you. The earpiece. Damn. Okay. Oops. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I do
Sorry,
need
I
help.
think I think
Okay.
just
Very.
go back. Is he there?
Yeah, you're right.
You
I
go ahead.
need
Can
to
you hear
do
me?
a
Okay. Go.
compilement
Thank
of
you, guys.
this
Can you hear
this
Basil?
Yeah, yeah.
video,
Now I
man.
can hear.
It's
Okay.
gonna be
So
amazing.
here's the thing. Can you hear? Okay.
Yeah.
So Isaac, let's say, for example, Hamas ceased to exist. Okay. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Hamas ceased to exist today. Now, right now, in Palestine,
Mm.
in West Bank and Gaza, 20% of Palestinians go through Israeli prison system, whether imprisonment, whether interrogation, whether torture, and the rest of them they live a life of daily
What?
loss of land, of homes.
Yeah.
Did you catch the part of like the torture? Like
Hold on.
20% of them going through torture? Where does it get these numbers from?
Let's hear it again.
In Palestine,
Mm.
in West Bank and Gaza, 20% of Palestinians go through Israeli prison system, whether imprisonment, whether interrogation, whether torture, and the rest of them they live.
Okay. So he's talking about the
Why?
checkpoint.
Why so? Why so? Why so? Maybe because they are a piece of shit and they're doing something which they deserve to be put in jail. What do you think?
Open, like he's talking about the open air prison, right? No, it's not an open air prison. They put themselves in that position. And he's talking about the checkpoints, right? So
Again, everything is being taken out of context. It's like, again, you're going into the street, you're seeing someone arrest someone, and say he's just arresting me with no reason. But then, if you saw 5 minutes back, you see like he had arrested a little child. So of course he deserved to. So this is the same thing. The checkpoints are there because the stupid monkeys, the stupid terrorists making a lot of terrorist attacks. So we have to put checkpoints there in order to check what they bring into our peaceful country. The checkpoints would not put there if they were not starting with the terror attacks. So you can actually check that historically, before the 80s, there were never checkpoints. Why so? Because the terror attacks were not common back then. When they started to create terror attacks, then Israel had to put the checkpoints. So now they say, oh, the checkpoints are the problem. No, the checkpoints are not the problem. The terrorist attacks are the problem. And you know, one thing here is right. If you remove Hamas, so what will happen? What will happen is you will have a new organization with a different name, which will be a terrorist organization. You know why? Because these people will remain Muslims and they will find another way to exaggerate their extreme beliefs and hatred with another system, unless they will be denazified completely. That's
Israeli,
the thing.
let me tell you this, right? So think of Israel on a larger scale, as Europe, right? And
Yeah,
without checkpoints. Now you see what Europe is without checkpoints, right? So I'll
yeah,
just
it's a
ask you
problem.
this.
So
Yeah.
soon, all the governments will have to take all kind of measurements in order to stop the Muslims from basically harming all the population. So they say, oh, why did you put checkpoints in front of Muslim
Yeah,
neighborhoods?
no, no.
Oh,
What
why?
I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this. If you don't have any secure measurements to take, you have the result of Europe as it is today. You want Israel to be like Europe, right? Like just overflown with terrorists, rapists, murderers, criminals. Yeah, then you have no checkpoints, right? This is when people are crying. The leftists are crying for humanitarian aid and human law and sorry, human law. What do you call it?
International
Humanitarian.
law.
Yeah. International. Yeah. And everybody has the right, and to be in a
Human
country.
rights, international laws, like
Yeah.
they, yeah.
Yeah. Then you have what's going on in Europe right now, right? Like, you want Israel to have the same fate? No. Like, and if anything, Europe should learn from Israel, right? Yeah, and
Yeah.
honestly, this guy, Bessim, like his nomination means jack shit. Because one, it's disproportionate of, as you say, it doesn't give the full facts, and it just dismisses a lot of facts of why there are checkpoints in the first place. Right. Anyway.
And this is why I like the interview with the Polish, the interview that I sent to you, because they asked him, why don't you like refugees? Like they try to portray them as like they do not want to get refugees, and there's kind of a treaty that every country should accept refugees, and like they're xenophobic or something. So he said to them, Of course we accept refugees. We do not accept illegal refugees. We accepted 2 million Ukrainians, and they are all incorporated and are into our society. But we won't accept even one Muslim. And you say we don't care about what you say. It's working. We have zero terror in our country. Think about it. Think about it. They have zero terrorist attack within their country. Why so? Why so? So of course we have to close them down and segregate them from ourselves. But I would say to you something. I'm against checkpoints. You know why? I'm against checkpoints because checkpoints were forced upon Israel. They were forced upon Israel because the United Nations and all those stupid Western societies, they forced Israel to accept to live by those Arabs which they conquered, because they say, oh, it's you cannot transfer them, you cannot basically expel the population, which is an enemy population. It's a dangerous population. It's a population which has the ambitions to kill you and to expel you. So it's only a measurement of security to expel them. But they say, oh, expelling persons is inhumane, so let them live. But again, we are speaking about the Nazi population, which is dangerous to you. So you have to put the checkpoints in. But right now, it's already collapsed because they perfected the terrorism so much. Like they invest everything into terrorism. Every penny that is being poured into Gaza is not directed towards the like the life towards like the citizens, towards their what they need. It's only directed towards one goal: to perfect terrorism. So it's like nothing. Not like we build walls, we build security cameras, we put drones, we take all kind of different precautions in order to basically control these savages that they won't attack us. And then they accuse us that we put them in jail. Of course we put you in jail, you act like criminals. Why won't you be put in jail? So now we say, you know what, you are correct. We don't want you into jail. You have to be expelled. That's it. We don't want to live by you anymore. We don't want to be next to these people. And I'm telling you, the whole concept of checkpoints is problematic. But if they will say, oh, no, this is what you do. You get separated, because this is what they try to propose. You get separated. You have this part of the territory, and they have the other part of the territory. And that's it. Every population is living on its own lands. So first of all, they won't accept it because they want the entire land, everything, and they want us dead in the sea. So it's kind of funny to even start peace treaty with a Muslim and with a person that this is its ambition. But let's say all of them truly accept it. The problem is we don't have any guarantees that this neighbor that we just put on our side will be um, friendly. We don't have any security guarantee. What if, and now if we already recognize them as a country, they have sovereignty, they can create army, not just a terrorist. It's not just a terror organization. It will be something like Hezbollah or even bigger, like a terrorist country, like Pakistan. Do we need another Pakistan on our borders? So all the solutions are out of the window. All the solutions are out of the window. The only possible solution is either annihilation, which of course I will say it's problematic, and no one will want to annihilate, like to genocide. Okay, we don't want to genocide. So expulsion, and expel them to a place where you can actually denazify them. I don't know, in a way. And we need to limit the sovereignty of every Muslim society, in a way. You know, the funny part is every Muslim country is being jailed and being moderated by some dictator. Like if you go to Syria, you see Muslims. Syria is also a jail. Like Assad is doing whatever he wants. If you're going to Jordan, Jordan is also a jail. I have one dictator and he's doing whatever he wants. He's moderating the population. Again, every country where you have Muslims, you have one dictator and he moderates the population. Because if you have one country which is not moderated by a dictator, one country of Muslims, this country will how would I say it? This country will not be it will be harmful, too harmful. Like it will get out of because what they will do is say, okay, that's it. It will be Daesh, it will be ISIS. They say we now need to pour all the money in order to conquer the entire world, and that's it. Islam has to be moderated. You have to check this population. You have to see what they say in their mosques. You have to spy on them. You have to restrict what their imam is doing. So you have to have this mukhabarat. You know what mukhabarat is?
Not really, no.
Mukhabarat is like like they have in Jordan, which is like the secret police of the Arabs. They go and they spy and if they incite against the leaders, then they come and arrest them and torture them. And you have to have in place this kind of system in order to moderate them, because Islam is as a religion, it already has the ability to collapse and to create chaos in every country that is coming into. This is what it does. So every society of Muslims that you see today is being moderated in the most harsh way. Actually, even if you go to the West Bank today, which is being jailed by Israel, so they say, right? They have probably the highest living standards within the entire Arab world. If you, of course, I'm not taking specific countries like the UAE and like, I mean like actual countries, big countries with millions of residents. If you compare them to Lebanon or to Syria or to Iraq or to Egypt, they have much better life. because they are being moderated by the Israel government. So they have
Mm.
less criminals, they have less corruption, everything. Of
Oh, I
course, they
gotta
have
tell
all of
you
it.
one thing, Israeli. I don't think that the the alternative, to Daesh or ISIS, uh, is to have a military dictatorship, because that military dictatorship very much is fueled one way or another, with Islam as well, and they allow at least some form of Sharia uh, to be implemented in the local areas, right?
I didn't say it's a solution. I say it's a reality. Like you have
Yeah.
over, if you have a population full of Muslims, you have to do something. So in the end, the only way to control it, and that you again you have the secret police that you moderate what's being said in the mosques,
Mm.
and there is
Well,
no other way.
one thing is really what I think is, uh, infiltration of the mosque is a must, of course. However, what I see the Westerners are doing, very wrong here, being very stupid
They
about.
don't do anything. They don't moderate Islam at all.
No,
This
no,
is
no,
why
no,
you
no, no,
have
no,
the
no.
most
Hold on, hold on.
radical
Wait,
Islam in
wait,
the
wait,
West.
wait, Israeli. Let me finish my point. Uh, what they do is they ask they ask the Muslims, if you hear anything radical, tell us. Right? They it's not like, I don't know if this is true, but in Fauda, the series Fauda, I thought it was a beautiful thing how the Israeli, like, military, or the I don't know what you call it, the secret police or the military service, of, undercover
Yeah,
agents, right? Like how, like, they speak Arabic, and
yeah.
they
It's
are,
in Israel. It's called mistare. Like we call it like this. Like
yeah,
someone is pretending to be Arab.
yeah. They speak language, and they can go into the mosque and, act like they are Muslims. This is something that is lacking in the Western world, right? This is something that is like, they even showed when they went to Belgium. I thought it was funny, and the cops didn't know what the fuck to do, and the Israelis just went into the mosque and took the guys, and interrogated them, because they knew how to get inside of the enemy, right? One other thing I also would say is very damaging is, you know, for example, Russia, right? Like, in the West right now, like, everybody's talking about how bad Russia is. So the agencies, the intelligence agencies, they make sure they understand the language, of the enemy, right? They study the language. They try to establish some form of intelligence, against Russia. But when it comes to Islam, they don't want to recognize it as the enemy, right? And a lot of people are reluctant to even, learn, anything about Arabic, or learn anything about the Quran, or try to get a foothold into the Muslim community, right? There's no thought of that. It's just, hey guys, we understand, that these people hijacked your religion, so please come and tell us if you hear anything, right? Like, yeah, sure, we tell you, sure, of course, of course.
Yeah, and
We
then
never
tell
let
us
you.
and tell
Yeah,
us and tell us what the real Islam is. Like you remember the I think it was Obama. I don't know if it was Obama. Like that he say, "Oh, what they did is not real Islam. I will tell you what real Islam is," and they say something which is still sort of bullshit.
yeah.
Like, what do you mean? What is real Islam? So expect a
Is it the one
Westerner,
when he quoted
which is
the?
not a Muslim, to tell you that Islam is all flowers and rainbows
Is it the one
and
when he quoted
unicorns.
the? When he said that he who kills one man, it's like he killed all mankind. Is that the one?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So he took one like so he took one like one ayah or something like that out of context and say, oh, this is the face of everything. So yeah, Islam is all for humanity. It's the religion of peace, and this is it. And what's ISIS is doing is blaspheming the name of Islam. And I just imagine ISIS sitting in their cave thinking about Oh, A'udhu billah. Like this man is not knowing anything. Astaghfirullah. Oh, this man is a complete idiot. But what? He's serving us. He's serving us because it's good that the Westerners are so idiots. This is what they say. So idiots they don't even understand what
Yeah,
we are
that's
doing.
Ben Shapiro's point. That was Ben Shapiro's point on Pierce Morgan. He's like, he said it. He said
Yeah.
that in the Arab world, they don't really care about politics as we see them. They understand strength. And when Biden is when they see Biden being a baffling idiot, they take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Think about general in war. Everything is about tactics and strategies. Think about Muslims are in endless war against any other thing that is not Islam. They always think about what should be the tactic that we or the strategy that we should use in order to invade, in order to take um, to take other countries, in order to persuade people into Islam. So they always use this lens of how can we how can we make this make our enemies not understanding how we're going to infiltrate them. So they going to the West and say, oh, the Westerners care about moral values. So what we'll do is we will portray ourselves as like the most higher like 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 the most like we care about moral values so much and like the most important thing in Islam is to be moral and that's it.
As moral as
And
Muhammad, right?
as moral no they so this is why they are very very extreme when it comes to speaking about Muhammad like because they know it's the rabbit hole. They won't
Yeah.
let you near
Yeah.
that. They
Yeah.
won't let you near that. They won't let you open this Pandora box, right?
Yeah.
This is like if you open that, you will question the whole thing about the morality. Um,
Yeah. That's what needs to be done. And yeah, yeah, I agree. Listen,
Hamas actually did a good service for us in a
nah,
way. In a way, I'm saying in a way, like we lost so many lives. It's like it's so sad what happened. But in a way, the good thing that we got out of it is we have something in our hands in order to wake up people, and maybe something good will
well,
get out of
Israeli,
it.
I will tell you this, right? Right now, if you want to view it that way, right? The
No,
whole
I'm not saying I only view it that way. It's one
yeah, but
perspective.
hold on. You're gonna if you want to view it that if you want to view it that way, right? Then right now the whole Muslim population is doing damage control.
What
Think
do you
about it.
mean damage control?
They are trying to make sure, like that Hamas, because they were doing what Muhammad did. They were going to make sure that it, people will forget about it and people will not do this comparison and try to shift the blame, change the topic. Like this whole Infowar, or this whole Pallywood right now
Oh.
is shift the blame, of course, very very. Um,
But let me ask you a question. Let me
hold on,
ask you a question.
it's very uh, manipulative and sadistic and disgusting. But you could view it that yes, if Muhammad is the rabbit hole of Muslims, then you could view this as all of this info war, all this disinformation, all this campaign is because of damage control for what Hamas did. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, what I wanted to say is, I don't think what the Muslims are doing is controlled right now. Like, you see all the rage that is being done all over the world, all these rage protests, which is being also you also see like a lot of terror attacks and exaggerations. Like you suddenly see a lot of people are seeing the Palestinian case being connected with Hamas. You
Yeah.
see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Listen.
And this should be our goal as
Okay.
like the Israeli.
Yeah.
Um,
I want to ask you one thing. Are you up? Because we've been going on for 3 hours already, and yeah, I'm not even done with this clown. I would request a small break for 5 minutes or so, and then come back. Are you up for it?
I don't know. It's already very late here. I want to go to sleep.
Okay. If
Um,
that's the case,
well, we need
then
to do it. We need to do it a few times, like more.
I'm
Like
gonna keep going because I wanna finish up with Basim Idiot or Takia Yusuf Basim Takia. I don't know what to call him.
yeah, go on. So I
Basim
will.
Joker. So finish up your thoughts, and then I will take a break and come back. So finish up your thoughts.
Yeah, okay. So I will just say a final sentence. Oh, you just heard it. Think it was artillery or something.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Let me ask you: are you safe?
I live in a war zone.
Yeah, yeah. But are you safe? Like relatively speaking.
Uh, just a second. Yeah. I'm safe right now. Like Israel has in place alarms if there are rockets. Um, but there are also some like things like terrorists can come into to civilian residents and start attacking innocent people. And my area I live is like relatively more safe. But you need to take you need to be like very cautious right now.
Yeah,
Understand?
yeah,
Understand?
yeah. I do.
But
Mhm.
it's not just like before the war started with like everything like everyone were safe. Like terrorist attacks even before. Um the question will the question would be like when the IDF will get into Gaza, if we'll have another front with Hezbollah in the north, maybe with Syria, or maybe all the assholes from Syria and Iraq, they will want to come as well. Maybe with it, maybe Iran will get involved. Yemenites are already pushing themselves in, and like the entire Islamic world is trying to unite in kind of a volunteer army. Like say, oh, you need to volunteer into the army of Muhammad. Go ahead and fight Israel. They're trying to portray it as like it's they have to come. Everyone has to come and fight in the name of jihad right now. Um, so we have a lot of cockroaches to exterminate. Um, I don't know if the U.S. Army, the British Army, which are I think they have convoys here, not convoys. How you call it? Carriers.
Yes.
I don't know how involved they will get in. I suppose if it will be a full-fledged attack against Israel, the U.S. Army will get involved probably. So when this happens, you'll know I'm not safe. It doesn't mean I'm not safe. Uh, it doesn't mean I cannot like protect myself in a shelter or something like that. But it means like it's more dangerous.
Mm.
Yeah, I still hear the artillery.
You know, I gotta tell you one thing. It's very surreal. I mean, we live in a world right now where I know people from Israel, right? And I have never met them face to face. I still like I feel it, right? I feel it. I mean, I knew two people that were targets from uh, from 7th October, uh, and I never met them face to face. You know, it's a surreal feeling. It's a very strange feeling. And I mean, again, like, yeah, my condolences, and again, I hope the one who survived is will be safe. But it's just very odd to be so far away, right, and still have a connection, right? Because these are people I talk to, and I know that, yeah, I will never talk to them again. And yeah, again, like, I hope, you know, I wish, you be safe and all that, right? Knowing that, yeah, like, knowing what's at stake, yeah, it's a
Yeah,
very,
so I will
very
tell you.
strange
I will
feeling.
tell you about it. So I will tell you about it. So of course, war in the 21st century is very different. Like everything is like a real, like it's a real show. It's a Everything is live. You can just go and see what happens and see pictures and videos and talk real time with people. And this is why like the war in Ukraine was so different than any other wars that were before, because it was all documented real time. And yeah, this is what we feel now. It's different because we already has, and it's also changing the way how propaganda is being used. Uh, how Twitter and Facebook and like all the media, it's like it's on steroids. It's not like other like 20 years ago. Everything is much bigger. Um, but I'm telling you something. This war is not cannot be contained within Israel, within this territory. This war is everywhere. So sooner or later, it will come to your place. I don't know where you are. I hope you are not in a place where you have a lot of Muslims living among you.
You
If
know
you
I do.
do have,
I do.
yeah, I feel you do because like the yeah, okay. So because you have, it will come to you, right? It will come next to you. The problem will lay in your cities, and then you'll have your stupid government need to create policies, and then it will have problems because say, oh, but we are democratic, but no, but we have to be humane, and all these things are policies and already being failed. All these stupid attempts to um, create policies against terrorism, which involves all kind of humane measurements, is not working. So Israel has the so many years of experience with this shit. Um, Yet everything failed. Like all this kind of moderating this stuff failed. You see what I'm saying? It's getting out of
Yes,
hands.
yes, yes.
It's
I
getting out of
agree.
hands. And now I never thought it could be moderated, to be honest. The leftists did. Like they did all the treaties, let's say, let's put all kind of measurements. It's failed. The problem is Islam is just too extreme and it's too radical. And it's not that like Muslims are radicals. Islam is radical. Muslims just need to get involved within Islam in order to become radicals. Like they are pushing themselves into this
Yeah.
brainwashing machine, which is called Islam. And then they become the zombies of Islam, the army of Muhammad. They call it Jish Muhammad, our army of cockroaches. And now Israel is in the front, and we have to basically take care of so many of it. It's very hard to think about it, but
Yeah.
that should be the goal in order to wake up as much people as possible in the West, because the problem is already the same conflict. It's the same conflict. You can call it in different names. Say, oh, it's only Gaza, it's only Hamas, it's only Israel, it's only the Jews. No. It's just like different scenarios. Like it's the Muslims against everybody in different places. don't get fooled. And if you have Muslims next to you, you are the Israel and they are the Palestine. That's so easy. Think about it.
No.
Israel is everywhere.
No, I
That's it.
understand that. Yeah. Okay, man. So I needed to take a short break. So if you want to leave or you want to stay, up to you.
Yeah,
I will
yeah.
tell
Maybe I
you.
will just be awake listening to
Right.
YouTube, to your channel, and I will just listen if you want to end. But I cannot speak anymore. I have to
All right. That's fine.
fly.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you're welcome to stay and listen. You're welcome to stay anyway. But yeah, I want to tell you. I hope again you stay safe. I hope Israel will prevail and yeah, I hope we survive this. And but again, I understand that it's tiresome, right? I mean, you're tired. I'm tired. You're probably more tired than I am. Uh, this info war that we're in.
I'm tired of speaking of it. Like I'm tired of trying to explain. We are tired of trying to explain
Yeah.
to people what we just want to shoot. We just
Yes.
want to kill the people who deserve it, really deserve it, justifiably. We are sick of explaining the obvious. This is what I'm tired of.
I feel you 100% on that. I understand that, and this is exactly why I thought that yeah I'm done trying to tell people the facts, but at least now in the info war, what I'm trying to do is do not let this disinformation campaign from the Palestinian side prevail. Right, this is very important because we know, this is what I want to say. We know that there's going to be a shift from idiot Biden, where he's going to be like, "Oh, Israel, maybe you take it. Maybe you're too harsh." Like no, this cannot happen. We cannot forget. We cannot forget the hostages. We cannot forget what they did, and we cannot forget that what Hamas is and the people
And
who
we
are
cannot
supporting.
forget that unless we eradicate them, we will see all these things reoccur in a much higher scale and in every place around the world.
Yes.
This is the problem.
Yes.
This is the problem.
Yes.
This is the summary. Like this is how I summarize it. We have to do something, and we must not forget it because it will reoccur in a much higher scale and in other places like Europe and the USA. Imagine seeing something like that within the USA.
Yes.
Imagine, like, and it's possible. Think about it. They have weapons. They could just go take one village, slaughter everyone, rape all the women. Easy.
Okay,
Take
Israel,
hostages.
you're killing
But
me.
yeah.
Let's take a break. If you're here, be here. But let me take a break here. So I want to play
Yeah,
this
okay.
song, about 3 minutes. Then we'll be back.
Yeah, good one.
Blackstone boys, you burn in fire, my one desire, believe, Taqiyya, I want Sharia between our two worlds apart. Allah sealed up your heart. my ruqya is I want Sharia. Wallahi, ain't nothing but some jizya. Wallahi, ain't nothing but some dawah. Wallahi, it's all about Bismillah. I want Sharia. You want hellfire. It's Shaitan's desire. Yes, you know it's too late when we have the caliphate. Wallahi, ain't nothing but some jizya. Wallahi, ain't nothing but some dawah. Wallahi, it's all about Bismillah. I want Sharia. Now I can see the world falling apart from the way that it used to be. Yeah. No matter the future, I want you to know that Allah had cursed thee. Yeah. You burn in fire. It's Allah's desire. Allahu Akbar. Don't be a namaste, ain't nothing but some jizya. Wallahi, ain't nothing but some dawah. Wallahi, it's all about Bismillah. I want Sharia. Wallahi, ain't nothing but some jizya. Wallahi, ain't nothing but some dawah. Wallahi, it's all about Bismillah. I want Sharia. Wallahi, ain't nothing but some jizya. Wallahi, ain't nothing but some dawah. Wallahi, it's all about Bismillah. I want Sharia because I want Sharia.
Thank you so much, my friend Amasih Atheist sang that one. So, just for people who are confused, no, this is not a song promoting Sharia. This is actually a sarcastic song making fun of Hakikachu and hijab and all those assholes. That's why I call it the Blackstone Boys, the Dava Boys. Also, I don't think they would approve of the song because music is haram. So I see Israel left. Again, I wish him all the luck I can. If he's still listening, he's welcome to. But yeah, he had a lot to say. I understand that. There's a lot of things to say about this, a lot of things going on. So yeah, whenever next time, he's welcome back. I do want to finish this idiot's comments. And then I wanted to go through Memory TV with the Shahid mother, but I remember that last time I tried to play something from a third party, I was shut down, and the live stream I made was taken down. So I don't think I'm gonna do the same mistake. I'm not gonna risk it, especially since I've been on for 3 hours. I don't want it. I don't want to lose it. So let's just move on with Bassem Idiot.
Live a life of daily loss of land, of homes, of life, and they are suffocated by this. So let me ask you something. If you are a
They
Palestinian,
are suffocated. It's just amazing. Oh, they're so suffocated. Yeah, like Israeli said. Yeah, they live a good life. They're suffocated. They're so suffocated. Yeah, it's just so. The takia is strong in this one.
living into these conditions for decades,
Mm.
would you sympathize with your oppressor, or sympathize with the people who claim they resist them even if they are terrorists?
I have
No. This is not a Stockholm syndrome by Israelis. The Stockholm syndrome is fueled by Hamas and PLO, right? Not the other way around.
I have made no secret that I think the conditions Palestinians have had to exist under are completely unacceptable. I've said that for years. So the question then becomes, how do you forge peace between two warring parts of that region who for decades have approached peace, in my view, with mutual sledgehammers, with no actual desire to have peace? And I think it comes down in the end to great leadership. And I don't think there's great leadership. I don't think, well, hang on, let me make my point. I don't think there's great leadership on either side. Where is the Nelson Mandela figure here to come through all this hatred on both sides?
Nelson Mandela?
Yeah, where is that
Nelson
figure?
Nelson Mandela actually have criticized Israel for being a horrible state. All of the South African
I know.
activists have actually
My
called
point is,
Israel.
Yeah, and I spoke to South African, allegedly. He looks like he's from Pakistan or Malaysia, called Sylvester the Cat, a very profound jihadi scumbag, right? Who said, yeah, I mean, he likes Muhammad Hijab and he likes Ali Dawah, right? Those kinds of people. He said that he thinks it's a beautiful sight to see people being burned alive in a Colombian tire. Uh, uh, I don't know, what do they call it? Colombian Tire Festival or Colombian Tire Burning? Essentially what it is. They take you, put you in a tire, uh, car tires. They put car tires above you so you cannot escape, right? And then they burn you alive. Like they fuel you with gasoline and then burn you. He said it was a beautiful thing. And then he said that women and children in Israel are not innocent and they are open targets, right? Yeah. So whatever you want to talk about South Africa, they have their own problems with people going after anybody who's rich or white, killing them, killing the farmers, of course. Very horrible at the moment. Yeah, and of course, you want to make the connection between apartheid and South Africa. That's where you're going with this, but no, it's not an apartheid. And even as we speak, South Africa is in ruins in many places because of criminality and I don't know all crazy shit that's going on, right? And of course, this narrative of anybody who is allegedly, part of the oppression years back is still guilty and needs to be taken out because they have riches we don't. So our jealousy is justified anyway.
My point is
Yes.
about how he responded to a country that was so divided. Is a
I don't know.
is a template for how you
I-
get to peace, isn't it?
I haven't met Nelson Mandela, so I wouldn't know. But like there's a point.
But you
there's
met
a very
Hamas.
important point here. I want to understand what is the logic of Israel carpet bombing Gaza. I mean, if there's a logic, if there's a good,
Yeah, the logic is fuck the terrorists, right? You deserve to be dead because you sympathize with them and you want to kill every single Jew out there. That's the reason.
if this will make Israel safe, I want to hear the logic.
Yeah,
So if
that's
they
the logic.
continue bombing, what are they hoping to achieve?
Well, I think we know what they.
Yeah, they hope to achieve that no more terrorism will be in place in Gaza.
We know what their stated aim is. Their stated aim
And terrorist
is to
supporters.
eradicate
Yes.
and wipe out Hamas. They believe Hamas are living predominantly in northern Gaza. They also are aware they're living amongst civilians. So it's an incredibly difficult thing. As I said in my monologue, it is very, very difficult to see how they do this without massive collateral damage.
So if I can understand this correctly, basically Israel is doing this to pressure the Palestinian community in Gaza to turn against Hamas. Is that right?
I'm sure that's part of it, yes.
That's part of it. So this is exactly what terrorist organizations do, because terrorist organizations would have no chance beating.
This guy, I mean, he's unintentionally funny. Yeah, We want the Palestinians to recognize that Hamas is the issue and turn them against them. And oh, this is what terrorists do. They want to turn ourselves. They want to turn the Palestinians against each other. So wait a minute. You just condemn Hamas. You say Hamas. You say Kuzumak Hamas, right? And now when the fact is that yes, people should take a stance against Hamas in Gaza. Uh, Now you're saying that Israel is trying to uh, put them against Hamas, put people against each other. Shouldn't you be supportive of that? Shouldn't you support people be against Hamas? What a fucking asshole.
A whole nation in battle. So they terrorize and they kill the civilians in order to spread fear and terror so they can turn against their government to change their policy or to resign. You have just compared Israel with ISIS.
What- yeah. What kind of logic is that, really? What kind of a? I mean, it's not even a straw man. It's not. I don't know what kind of fallacy I would call that. I mean, that's beyond gaslighting. It's beyond putting words in people's mouth. It's just stupid. Like, where's your brain, man? Hey, hello, hello. This is the Quran here. Quran is speaking. Hello. Have you seen my brain, Quran? Alhamdulillah. No, I have not. No, read me, read me. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Read me, and tell me what it says. We did not wrong them, but they wronged themselves. And their gods on whom they called besides Allah did not help them in any way when your Lord's command came. They added them nothing except ruin. You know what? It sounds kind of like the same thing that this idiot is saying. Uh, this is chapter. Okay, so you know what? I just opened up the Quran. I read the first thing that came to mind, and right away it sounded like Bessim. This is why I say, like, you can open up any page of the Quran and you understand how fucked up it is. So this is chapter 11, Hud, and the verse was 101, right? You know what? Let me read a little bit more here. 100 to 101. That is from the news of the towns. We relate it to you. Some of them are standing and some raped. Uh, so we did not wrong them, but they wronged themselves, and their gods on whom they called besides Allah did not help them in any way when your Lord's command came. They added to them nothing except ruin. Right? Again, we did nothing wrong. They wronged themselves. Isn't that what Bassam here is saying? Right? No, it wasn't us. It was them. Right? I mean, the Quran tells you how to gaslight and just fuel even more stupidity, because this is beyond logic. This is just, I don't know.
No, I haven't. I don't see any comparison between
It's
Israel
going to
and
be the
ISIS.
headlines tomorrow.
The
Piers
only, no, it's
Morgan,
not. It's
Israel
not.
is ISIS. Lots of
Only
ISIS.
amongst people who weren't listening.
Yeah, the headlines tomorrow. Bassam is quoting chapter 11, verse 101 when trying to gaslight Pierce.
The comparison,
Of
which
course.
is more apposite, is ISIS and Hamas. They are both nihilistic
Yes,
terror groups
absolutely.
intent on killing as many Jewish people and others as they can possibly kill. And you
You know
can't,
what? I'm
you
gonna
can't,
do
you
so-
can't get
I'm gonna
peace with
do-
people like that.
Absolutely. You know what? I'm gonna do something that nobody done on your television.
Hmm.
You know what I'm gonna do on your episode? I'm gonna do. I'm going to pretend that I'm an Israeli citizen. I'm gonna put
Oh, he's gonna
myself
speak for the Israelis.
in the
He's
place
gonna speak for
of
the
an
Jews.
Israeli settler in the kibbutz,
Yeah.
and I want to
I
speak.
mean, of course, Muhammad was a Jew allegedly, right? Yet he wasn't circumcised. His mother was a whore, and he didn't know who his father was, so he couldn't even tie himself to Ishmael, even though he allegedly was from the descendants of Ishmael. Yeah, he couldn't prove it, but yeah, he wanted to be a Jew, so that's the reason that Bassam, who just quoted the Quran here, wanted to pretend to be Muhammad. So go ahead, Muhammad. Tell us how to be a Jew.
To my Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Mhm.
Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu, I have voted for you because you have promised us peace and prosperity and security. On the 7th of October, those son of bitches Hamas, they went
You don't think they are Sinoviches? Why are you calling them that? You're promoting them.
into the fence that is regularly heavily guarded. Usually, if there's like a dove that comes close to it, it will be shot.
Okay, so now, of course, he's gonna go into conspiracy that somehow this was a false flag, inside job, and this is Netanyahu's fault and not Hamas' fault. Just gonna say this, right? Let's say that Benjamin fucked up, right? Let's say that Israel fucked up. The responsibility is on Hamas. Hamas is the one who did the atrocities. Oh, wait a minute. No, I know what's gonna come. You're gonna tell me that Hamas was actually not Hamas. They were Jews in disguise, just like ISIS, right? You just compared Israel to ISIS. Is that what is going? Right? The Jews are actually ISIS in disguise, right? That's what you're going with, right?
Those people went in and they went for 6 hours before IDF forces was deployed, killing our
Oh,
friends.
yeah, yeah. How weird, right? They were going on 6 hours and nobody stopped them. What a weird thing. What a weird thing. Maybe it's because they made sure that the satellites footage and com towers were bombed and disrupted, so they would have would operate in peace before shit hit the fan in the middle of the night where people couldn't notice, right? Maybe it's because the the Hamas infiltrated a police station near the border, right? Maybe that's why.
Our families, kidnapping our grandmothers and babies, and went in. I want to ask you, Mr. Prime Minister, after you have fractured the Israeli
I want
community
to ask you,
and
Mr. Clown, Mr. Joker, Palestinian Joker, why are you trying to portray on Benjamin Netanyahu here when Hamas is responsible? You just said Kuzumak Hamas. So why don't you fulfill that Kuzumak and actually tells us where Hamas is? Where's Hamas hiding? Take a stand against Hamas. Don't shift the blame.
you have fucked our courts, our Supreme Courts. What
Well,
are you
now you
doing with the
fucked.
money being given to
Now he
you to
fucked the
the
Supreme
United States?
Court.
Also, you are carpet bombing Gaza with absolutely no regard to our hostages, our people. I heard
No, they have regards for the hostages. That's the only thing that makes sure that they cannot carpet bomb, right?
the rumor in the kibbutz that you're doing that as you let that happen as an excuse to carpet bomb Gaza, so you push them into Sinai. And I didn't believe that as such.
Oh yeah, push them into Sinai. Yeah, that's all it is, right? That's all Benjamin Netanyahu wanted, because at the end of the day, what Benjamin Netanyahu wanted was casinos and beaches in Gaza, right? That's all he ever wanted, right? Because he's such an evil prick, and he wanted casinos. He's equal to Donald Trump, of course, in all aspects, right? He wanted to have Netanyahu Tower up in Gaza. He wanted to have casinos and beach resorts. Like yeah, that's all it's about, right? Yeah, and making sure that the Gazans who goes to Sinai, then they become busboys, for the Jews, right? That's the conspiracy here, right? Like, what kind of fucking sick mind believes this shit? What kind of sick mind believes you? Like, do you understand that if Israel wanted, they would have wiped out Gaza out of the map a long time ago? Hey, do you understand that without without Israel, Gaza wouldn't have electricity or water? You cry about that they have control of it. Well, if if they give it up, Hamas will just take it and not give any water or supply or anything to their citizens. I mean, hey, guess what? A German came and introduced the paragliders into Gaza, and he said, "Oh, this is a great thing. Look, you can do this in Gaza. It's a beautiful thing." And what did they do? Hey, how do we weaponize this to kill Jews? It's not like, hey, we have paragliders, let's have fun with them. Well, if you, yeah, if you're a sick bastard, of course you would say that the paragliders was fun, 7th of October, but you know, usually normal people they take a paraglider and they have fun with it without killing people, right? But I guess if you're a Hamas supporter or Hamas, then the only fun you have is killing Jews. I don't know.
Like not my prime minister. He can never do that. And then I watch an interview for Danny Ayalon. He was your chief advisor. He was also the Israeli ambassador to the United States. And you know what he said, Mr. Prime Minister? He said that the solution for those Palestinians is to go into a vast land of Sinai and live into tent cities temporarily, huh? Temporarily, wink wink, until we build Gaza again, and then we invite you back. يعني عبط احنا بقى. يعني فاهمني ده اصل we've seen this movie before.
Like Kazummak Yasharmuta. How about that?
So يعني and when I saw this I couldn't explain to my fellows in the kibbutz how come our Israeli government is trading human lives for another piece of land. So as an Israeli citizen I need to hold my
What a piece of
Israeli
shit.
government accountable, and as an American citizen I
Are you?
want to
Oh,
know
wait.
all
You're an
of these money
American
that we
now?
are giving to Israel.
How,
We're giving
how
them
the
$4
fuck is
billion
this guy American? Now he's American. Yeah, it's funny. Like all these Muslim Arabs, like they became American one day to the next, right? Yalla habibi, yalla. Don't you hear? I'm American. Yeah. Walla walla.
every year. Joe Biden said it's the best investment America ever done. Well, if I am in the place of Joe Biden, I would say, sorry, don't speak.
Yeah, yalla, yalla,
I would
yalla.
say if I was Joe Biden, I would go down and whisper in the ears of Netanyahu and tell them I hate bad investments. They haunt me, like Littlefinger in Game of Thrones. But
Oh, so now it's a conspiracy Game of Thrones, right? I'm surprised this guy is actually watching Game of Thrones. Isn't that haram? Watching Game of Thrones?
this is the problem. Israel always victimizes itself, and I have never seen a victim putting their oppressor under siege and bombing them 24/7. Israel wants you to believe that they are the victim. Dealing with Israel is so difficult. It's like being in a relationship with a narcissistic psychopath. He fucks you up, and then he makes you think it's your fault.
All right.
Yeah, it's funny because that's exactly what a relationship is with an Arab, and then he's just projecting it to Israel. Having a relationship or being around Arabs is exactly like that, right? That- and he said, I think a lot of the hatred towards Jews, right, in Israel especially, I think a lot of the hatred that comes from the Arabs is because Jews call them out on it. They're not fooled by their taqiyya. They're like, nah, we see what you're doing. Nah, we know how to respond to you. I think because when they do this shit right in the West, like, people don't know how to respond to it. They're like oblivious. They're like, what just happened, right? But yeah, I mean, in Israel, it's like, yeah, no, don't try. We know. I guess that's what's really fueled the hatred. Like, God damn it, I can't get away with my taqiyya.
You look
Bassem?
at Israel as Superman, but they're really Homelander.
Bassem?
Wallahi, they are like they are shooting.
Okay, if Israel is Homelander, then I would say Islam as a whole, including Hamas and the Palestinians and you, Bassam, they are like the Omni Man from Invincible. You seen that Omni Man, right? Ever seen that Omni Man, right? If you want to claim like bad, superheroes here, if you know Omni Man, all right, Omni Man portrays himself as good, as a hero, right? But his whole purpose from the start was to enslave Earth to his kind, right? He was supposed to be the hero, right? Everybody looked up to, and then his whole purpose was to enslave the whole world from the get go. He just didn't tell it until it was time. And then everybody was shocked and wondered how could this guy come and betray us like this? Why did he do that? Well, because it was in his blood. It was because that was the way he was taught since childhood, and it was because it was his mission, right? That's Omni-Man. That's Palestine. That's Hamas. That's you. You're Omni-Man.
Bassem, I want to
fish
say
in a
one
barrel,
thing.
and they are annoyed with the splashes.
Bassem, I want to say two things. One, if you could just slightly manage your language, we are uncensored, but if you keep swearing,
I'm very sorry.
we
I
have
Yeah,
to
you
apologize
Arab
to
baby
viewers who
Shamita.
may be offended by that.
I apologize.
But I understand
I
passions run
apologize to
high,
the-
so let's not get too bogged down about the odd swear
I
word.
apologize to the viewers. I apologize to the viewers for my language.
My
and
second
for
question is this:
the sight of dead civilians.
after the break, we have
Oh
the
yeah, yeah.
managing director
You
of the
you
Daily
have a problem with the civilians now, right? Oh, you have the right to be angry with your language. Yeah, yeah. You have the right to be angry, not the Jews, right? Because no, that was just a conspiracy, right? It was just a conspiracy. Even though you say Kuzuma Hamas, it was just a conspiracy. It was, Jews. Hamas is actually Jews in disguise. That's why you say Kuzuma Hamas, because you believe they're Jews, right? That's why you say Kuzuma Hamas, right? This guy. Yes, yes. I'm sorry my language is harmful because I'm so angry with the innocent civilians getting bombed, right? Uh, you know, again, that hospital, I mean, it says, yeah, hospital hit by airstrike. No, it wasn't, right? No, it wasn't 500 people dead. It was 50 maximum people dead, and it hit a fucking parking lot, right? And this is the major point here. It wasn't failed. It was a failed missile from your own people. Call them Hamas or call them Palestinian Islamic Jihad or ISIS or any other fucking name. How many fucking terror organizations are there in Gaza, right? That's amazing. Like a hub for terrorism, and you wanna tell us, oh, the poor people, right? Yeah, no. So failed rocket from a terror organization, killed their own, and you wanna capitalize on it.
Wire, which is Ben Shapiro's company. We were going to interview him on his own, but he's happy to come on and talk with you directly if you are prepared to stay.
Well, of course, I can stay, but again, I am I am in a disadvantage, and I would like to have
you're
my
a
space to
disadvantage.
respond.
Oh,
Okay,
your space.
we'll come back after the break.
I do.
Stay there, Bassem.
What a disadvantage.
Because
poor you.
here's the thing. There's two
Bassem,
things
we're
I want
going
to
to go to a
before,
break.
all right.
When we come back from the break, it'll be you and Jeremy Boring from the Daily Wire.
Fuck off.
I have news.
We're
from
taking a
that-
short break, Bassem. I'll be back. Welcome back to Uncensored. For more on the situation in Israel, I'm joined now by the CEO and co-founder of the Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro's partner, Jeremy Boring. Jeremy, thank you very much indeed for joining me. I'm sorry we demoted you earlier to mere MD. You are the CEO and co-founder. You know Ben Shapiro better than anyone, really. I did a big interview with Ben, obviously, the other night, which went around the world and has sparked a big reaction, including from our guest, Bassem Youssef, who's still with us. First of all, you've been listening to Bassem and what he's been saying. What's your response?
Well, first of all, I make it a point not to speak for Ben Shapiro. He's got a 20 IQ points on me and speaks for a living professionally, so he's much better prepared to defend himself. But as his business partner, as his best friend, I do feel like I have to respond to the things that Bassem was just saying. First of all, the question of how many sons of bitches have to be killed in order to end this conflict, I suppose that the answer is as many of them as it takes. That doesn't mean that I or Ben or any decent person in their right mind is happy with the killing of civilians. I posted at the very beginning of this conflict that a woman or a child blown apart in Gaza is just as tragic as a Jewish baby killed in one of the settlements. That doesn't mean that Israel's actions and the actions of Hamas are morally equivalent. The tragedy is the tragedy, but the moral equivalency is nonsense. If you entered Israel with the express purpose of targeting and murdering civilians with your own hands in cold blood, that is not comparable to Israel bombing targets in the Gaza Strip and killing civilians as a terrible, tragic consequence. War is terrible. War is an awful thing. That's why decent people don't lightly engage in war, and why Hamas should not have incited this war. We can talk about the history of the Israeli conflict. I'm not a professional political commentator. I'm a CEO. I'm a screenwriter, and I'm certainly not Ben Shapiro. I'm not here to discuss the history of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, but we all saw what happened on October 7th. And the idea that Israel was not going to react severely to that, or that Israel should not react severely to that, is ludicrous. And
Jeremy, let me ask you
that Ben
the
Shapiro
question.
should be a moderating voice, that Ben Shapiro should be saying, no, Israel should not respond in this situation. That's nonsense.
So let me ask you though, Jeremy, the question which I think is the big question. What is a proportionate response to that outrage on October the 7th, which is the worst attack on Jewish people since the Holocaust? What is proportionate? If it's true, as reports are suggesting tonight, that there may have been a hospital hit by an Israeli strike and up to 500 people or more have died, that would seem to me, if that is verified, and it's not verified yet, we don't know exactly what has happened other than there's been a hit on this hospital. But if that is verified to have been an Israeli strike, that will strike many people as disproportionate.
Certainly. Well, first of all, I don't know what a proportionate response is or why we would want it. I suppose a proportionate response would be for 3,000 Israelis to go through the fence, gun down innocent Palestinian women and children, burn their bodies, burn them alive, take hostages, rape their women. No one wants a proportionate response. No moral person could possibly call for a proportionate response. The purpose of war is to defeat your enemy. The West has, in my lifetime, forgotten the purpose of war because the true cost of war is so terrible. The last time the West engaged in war and won it was World War II, and they did it through incredible brutality.
I mean, this is what me and Israel were talking about, right? This is exactly on point. I just gotta say, I mean, his name, Jeremy Boring, doesn't suit him. Like, he's, hey, Jeremy, you're boring. No, I don't think he's boring.
They did it by bringing their enemies to heel. That is not a thing to. That's not a thing to rah about. That's not a thing to look forward to. As I said, all decent people should avoid war. But I think the sort of lie of the post-World War II, the post-war consensus lie, is that somehow war in which you kill a bunch of people and don't secure victory is morally superior to war where you do secure victory. I would say that the only way to morally justify a war is to win it. Otherwise, the very argument that brought you into the war, this enemy must be defeated, ends up being proven a lie. I mean, Afghanistan, I think America had every right to go into Afghanistan. The Taliban was harboring Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda flew planes into buildings in the United States, killed thousands of our citizens, brought the nation into untold agony, pain, and horror. America had every right morally to go in and destroy the Taliban and destroy Al-Qaeda.
Yeah, but I would argue,
the Taliban now rules in Afghanistan. The war was not won.
But that's my point, actually. I've done a column about this tonight for The Sun here in the UK, which is I was editor of a newspaper when the Iraq War happened. I opposed it very aggressively as the editor of the paper. And sadly, we were borne out by events. It was a complete disaster, the Iraq War, in my view. It was illegally contested, I think.
Why are we talking about the Iraqi war?
The consequences were appalling in terms of loss of life, 1 million people, in terms of ISIS being allowed to breed and create their merry hell around the world.
Okay, you know what? I hate to derail, but since Pierce is talking about Iraq all the time, hey, what America did wrong was, again, just like Jerry was saying, they didn't win. They went down there saying they're gonna win, and they didn't, right? They left it and handed it over to idiots who didn't know how to run a fucking country, right? Yeah, we promise you, Alhamdulillah, we're gonna use the democracy just like Islam teaches us fairly, according to Islam, how to manage our government. Of course, you have to be Obama or Biden to believe that bullshit. But yeah, what they should have done again is implement Sharia. No, sorry, not Sharia. What America should have done is implement the playbook of jihad and the Quran, but that it says that the enemy should be subjugated because that's the thing they understand. 929. Doesn't mean they have to become a Muslim or a terrorist for that. You have to play the game the enemy plays. If the enemy plays you for being stupid, and the enemy plays you for your naivety, and then stabs you in the back, and you have to act like that, right? You cannot have your same stupid morals, right, and think that the enemy will understand you and adopt those morals. It doesn't work like that.
In terms of complete dismantlement of Iraq itself as a functioning country. And I think Afghanistan, again, 20 years of attacking an enemy, which is now running the country again, seemed to me, again, to be kind of pointless. And I do wonder whether Israel, in its blind fury, which I completely understand, has thought through the consequences of actually launching a full air, ground, and sea offensive into Gaza
Yes,
as
they
to
have.
actually what happens at the end of that.
Yes, they have. I gotta tell you why, Pierce. Because they understand that there is no more pussyfooting around, right? There is no more trying to negotiate, or there is no more uh, trying to establish peace and live side by side and having borders, secure borders. They understand it didn't work, right? And we can see clearly now, worldwide again, what's going on and how much support this terror attack has worldwide. That's why Israel fought it through, right? You can say that it's a rash decision, which I don't think it is, because it was a very fast response. But the fact is this: the, this is what I think is very, very accurate here. Israel always knew that this day would come. They just hoped it wouldn't. But once the day come, then they were ready to take measures to make sure that this never happened again. Right? And they knew the stakes. They knew what would happen, and they know that they have to do this fully and go through it in full. Otherwise, it's going to be pointless. I think they were very much prepared for a scenario like this. They might not have been prepared for the the atrocities, like the sheer magnitude of the atrocities and how vile and repulsive the atrocities were. But they knew that, yeah, something like this could be in the process, and now here we are.
Well, I suppose Israel wasn't really given the opportunity to fully contemplate what the consequences of that action might be, because Israel didn't instigate this war. This war was instigated by a horrible terrorist attack on Israel, and a state is put in a position where it has to respond. Now, one might argue that the very fact that Israel has yet to actually launch their ground invasion means that they are actually making a calculation about what the cost will be, what victory looks like. Any rational person, any decent person can engage in a conversation about what is the appropriate response for Israel. Of course they can. But this sort of moral equivalency thing, I don't think is a sign of decency to engage in a conversation
Okay.
about moral equivalency.
Let me bring Bassem back in. You've been listening to this, Bassem. What's your response to what Jeremy's been saying?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the gentleman's name.
It's Jeremy Boring. He's the chief executive of the Daily Wire and co-founder with Ben Shapiro of the Daily Wire.
Hi, Jeremy. Please say hello to Ben Shapiro, and please tell him that I do think he is the smartest person to ever walk the earth. Thank you so much. So,
Well,
as
you can say hello to Hamas and tell them that their days are numbered.
response to Jeremy, I agree with everything you said. I mean, what is disproportionate? I mean, that he just used the examples from Second World War and America, showing that civilian casualty is. I mean, I heard his voice.
I mean, it's he is very slick in the way he manipulates and twists words, and how he's trying to make him look like the bad guy, right? And say that, yeah, you're just saying that casualties doesn't matter, and the civilians doesn't matter. Hey, asshole, what about the civilians who were captured? Are you ever gonna talk about those, right? Or are you gonna say that that didn't happen? Because you just said that babies getting burned alive didn't happen.
He was very sad, and as he was telling us, it is so inevitable to kill so many civilians because it's something that we cannot avoid. I hear the sadness in his voice, and I know that it's a
Yeah, and here I hear the takia in your voice.
very difficult decision to kill all of these civilians, because that
Yes, yes, it's not a hard decision to kill these terrorists. They're not civilians, they are terrorists or terrorist sympathizers, right? That includes your wife, by the way, and that includes you.
that's for a higher cause, and I understand. But my question, I have two
Higher
questions.
cause? No, no, we don't believe in jihad.
The question is, how can you justify the killing in the West Bank where Hamas does not exist? And if the disproportionate response during the
Again,
over all
this
of these
fucking
years
stupid
has
chatter.
actually
Hey, every single one of those, all right, is a terrorist, right, who's tried to commit atrocities and was stopped. right? Stop putting that out. Like, are we supposed to feel bad by your fucking stupid charter? Fuck off.
Worked. What will be new this time that did not happen before?
This time, Gaza will be burned to the ground and Hamas will cease to exist. They'll be eradicated. And anybody on their side will think twice before they ever think to support them again or anybody like them again. Right? That's the difference.
I just
Okay.
want to. That was my question.
Okay.
Yeah, the
That's
question
simple.
is answered.
I'm gonna
Okay.
I'm
So,
gonna ask.
so
By the way, his questions are not sincere. They're loaded questions. All of them are malformed, loaded questions. You know, these people who do taqiyya all the time, they always ask stupid, loaded, or malformed questions that actually don't deserve a response because it's going down a rabbit hole and playing their game. But the answer is very clear: fuck Hamas, fuck Gaza, and yeah, sorry to say, fuck the Palestinians because I'm not really sorry about that. No, I'm not sorry about it. Fuck the Palestinians, right? No, fuck them all. They are going around in the world, across the world, right now, supporting Jew hatred and what Hamas did, right? They want to kill all Jews, and they are calling for a global intifada. So fuck them all. Yeah, I'm not, like, why are we talking about civilians here, right? You don't want to believe that civilians were killed. You don't even think they are civilians, right? I bet you don't think there are civilians who got killed. Now you want to cry about the sympathizers who were chanting, chanting and celebrating Hamas, what they did. You wanna cry for those people? You were probably one of those people who secretly, I don't even know if it was a secret, supported what happened 7th October.
so now,
Bassem, I have
if I
to.
ask the question, can I say something on my side?
Well,
a little
you've
bit
no,
personal.
Bassem, with
A
respect, you
little
had
bit
Fine.
personal.
Bassem, with respect, I gave you half the show to have your side. Jeremy's had a lot less time. I'm going to have to
You want
move
me to
on.
leave?
Bassem,
Or
I'm
you want
Yes,
going
me
to
to
have
get
to.
stay?
get the
I'm going to
fuck
have to
up.
let you
Yes,
go because we've
get the
been on
fuck up.
there with you for 40
Oh,
minutes now.
okay. Bye
All right.
bye.
But listen,
Bye bye.
I
Bye
would like
bye.
to talk to you again, and
Bye-bye.
thank
Don't
you for
cry.
joining the program. I appreciate it.
Oh, by the way, my wife's family is all right, and they sent us a house.
Nobody
It's
cares.
it's bombed. It's beautiful.
Yes, yes, yes. Actually, it's still standing. Maybe it should get bombed the second time. By the way, why is your wife, in a place that she knows is gonna get bombed? Again, is this a Hamas hub? Right? You're showing us, oh, beautiful, beautiful house. Like, who cares? Nobody's crying
It's
for you.
it's gonna be a good like Halloween theme. So
Well,
thank you.
I'm very
Yeah,
sorry
yeah,
for
yeah.
what
It's
your
gonna be
family are going
nice.
through
Yeah.
in Gaza, and I
Look
mean
at
this
this.
Oh no.
very
By the way,
sincerely.
Yeah, look at his face. He's smiling. Like, oh, look at my innocent wife. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, look at this innocent Hamas. I'm smiling.
I don't know. I don't know I don't know him. By the way, I haven't actually met them. They didn't even come to my wedding. They couldn't because they are stuck in Gaza.
Okay.
Oh, poor you. Oh, poor you. They're stuck in Gaza. Poor you. They didn't come to your wedding. Poor you. How you even married then? Maybe it's one of your other wives, right? Because you can have 4 wives. So maybe 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 that's the wife number 4 you never met. Talking about a wife you never met. What is he talking about?
She never saw them because Gaza is not a destination.
Bassem, as I say,
That we hear their voices. Yeah, it's they
Yani,
die. It's
yeah,
fine. It's
yeah,
I'm
fine.
yani,
Bassem.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
wish your family all the very best.
Kokhara
Thank you for
yani.
joining me. I appreciate it.
I
Ah,
don't. Thank you.
kokhara. Yeah. Ah, what a joke. An absolute joke. All right. Well, I went through him. I've spoken lengthily about him. Uh, Sadly, he's tip of the iceberg. There are many more like him. Many more who supports what's going on and fueling the disinformation campaign. And I really, I don't know what to do other than try to, do some tweets, talk about it a little bit. I can't really do it all the time because it really is tiresome. I'm trying to make sense of it all, um, but yeah, that's one of many, and I don't think Pierce Morgan is actually helping. I think he just it's like during World War II and Allies are about to launch a full force attack against Nazi Germany, and then you have uh, you know, a representative of the Nazi Party coming up and making things even more confusing. Anyway, so that's what I have for today, guys. Thank you for joining, listening, even though it's only Israeli and I guess one more, whoever you are. Thank you. So yeah, as I said, Israel will prevail and Gaza will be bombed to the ground, rightfully so, and we just have to endure the shitstorm that's upon us. So I hope in the future we'll come out of this live. Israeli again. I am rooting for you, and I hope it doesn't come to the day where you, as you said, you won't be safe anymore. So yeah. Okay. Let's end up with let's end up with this one, this nice song. Since Israeli, you're the one who inspired me to this song.
I know y'all think this is a new concept, but it's not. I was raised on Quran alone. You have to know something in order to deny it. If you choose to ignore that, that just shows the wickedness in your heart.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're promoting a lie because you're what? A liar. So we see you're pushing a wicked agenda. You don't have that privilege here. So I take refuge with God against Shaitania curse. And that God humiliates the disbelievers. Our religion advocates the murder of innocent people because of their religion. Here, let me read it for you. And it says, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem.
God does not love the aggressors.
You don't tell us what we're to study. We'll study what God directs us to study, not you. Devil. 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 Blasphemies.
That's what they do. They pick and choose. We don't take part of the scripture and ignore parts of the scripture. Okay?
Tell us about our religion.
That's what they do. They pick and choose.
I like horses.
That's what they do. That's what they do. That's what they do.
I like horses. Muslims, you don't tell us what we're to study. We'll study what God directs us to study, not you. This is what we're studying is bullshit. This is what we're studying is bullshit. Bullshit. I like horses.